Are you looking for a faster video? Well, today it's a live stream, and I know you're probably looking for a really nice and tidy, edited down video, but I have ways for you to make it faster. You can click that little gear on the YouTube settings right there on the video and adjust the playback speed, make me sound like a chipmunk, and it'll go a lot faster. You can also look and see if there's timestamps for this project in the description, and if you're on a desktop, you can hover over the time bar at the bottom of the screen and see if it's chunked up into chapters, and then that way you can go directly to the step you're looking for. And lastly, you can also tap on the screen on the right hand side of the video picture or on the left hand side to make the video jump ahead, forward or backward if you're on a mobile device. And you can adjust that amount in your settings so you can have complete control over how much it jumps. So if you are on a desktop, you can use the fast forward or the rewind, and that will make it go faster as well. You can also enable subtitles, and the little CC on the screen will enable closed captioning. That way, if I am a little bit harder to understand with that double playback speed, the subtitles might help you out. All right, well, I know that it's not a nice little edited video, but if you sew with me, we'll get there together and it'll be lots of fun. And now for the live stream. Happy sewing! Good morning. Hello, hello. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Let me know if everything sounds and looks okay. Hi, Susu. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Hi, Malin. How's it going? So today we're finishing up the cargo shorts by Wardrobe by Me patterns. They're going really good. And we got to the welt pockets on Thursday, and we saved one for you guys today on Saturday. And I'm also going to give you guys some tips on maybe you want to make it a zippered welt pocket, or maybe you want your cargo pocket to be zippered. And so I have a couple of options for you, kind of quick ones. And I'm going to demonstrate those as well. So hi, Hannah. Hi, Lynn. Nice. Thank you for telling me. I know it's a little bright right now, but once we have the shorts on here, I think it'll be a little better. That color looks a little better today, doesn't it? Now that you've seen them on Instagram. All right, so here's where we are so far. This is the pattern we're making. I have it kind of peeled back here. We're making the Wardrobe by Me cargo shorts, and I am doing the cargo pockets and the seat patch on the back. So we're doing that option, but if you're not doing that, you can just skip those steps. And today we're going to be doing the fly zipper, the second welt pocket on the back, inseams, outseams, rise, and waist facing and hems. Yeah. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Beverly. How's it going? Beverly, thank you so much for those timestamps. And you bought the pattern too. That's awesome. So I hope it works for you. I absolutely have a long list of things I want timestamps on. Maybe I should make a list and then put it out there. Hi, Linda. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. All right, so let's see here. Let me get my pieces in order. So one of the, oh, this little guy's out of order, huh? One of the tips I gave on doing the welt pocket was I photocopied with my copy machine the pattern piece onto cardstock. And so that's what you're seeing here. And then I sewed the dart just on my machine with the paper. I actually think that marking this box before you sew the dart makes it a lot easier. But I did show how I did it. So, because I did it in the order of the instructions. I think technically that's what you would do, but it is a little easier because it's kind of hard to get over that curve. But the chat gave some really excellent tips on maybe putting it over a pressing ham and then putting your piece on there to mark it. So I think that was a good suggestion. You know me, I get kind of like carried away and go a little fast What's in here? What is this? Oh, this is my other welt pocket. I'm like, what's in here? What's left? All right. One thing I think I did wrong was I put my carriers or belt loops on the waist seam. I put the right sides together like I had a waistband coming, and I don't. So I need to flip all these over and put them wrong side to right side of the garment, because really we're going to sew a facing behind here. So this is the top of the shorts right here. So we don't really want to see that. Then we can't see my bad, you know, top stitching. So hi Terry, how's it going? Yeah, no problem, Sue. I think those are really good things, doing the zippered pockets. All right, so let me just get this in order here. So here's my current welt pocket, and so I ended up removing the top stitching going around my pocket. I thought it just looked a little nicer, and I think that it's partly because for my top stitching, I'm using 2 strands of thread on the top through the needle. And I know that's not very conventional, but I just felt like one strand was a little too weak looking. Like it just, the cargo, this fabric and the style, I felt like it deserved some sort of heavier thread top stitching. And I don't have one that matches, and I don't think the ones I have would look good with this. So I just opted for 2 strands. It's worked before we did on the Dawn jeans. But that being said, I mean, it's very subtle, but it's definitely not as, you know, crisp as one strand of thread would be. So on something like this that's very precise, it looked messy and wobbly. So I just took it out, and I think that works. And then I peeled this back like this, and I just top stitched the seam allowance directly to the pocket bag instead. So it's still secure. It didn't really need that even, but it was easy to do. So, and these little needle holes, you might not even be able to see them. They'll come out in the wash. But other than that, it looks pretty good. Could use a good pressing, you know, because of these little corners. But that's about it. So nice, Terry. That's awesome. Yeah, she is. So that's pretty cool. We can all say, hi, wardrobe by me. Hi, Derek. Nice to see you. Yeah, awesome, awesome. Yeah, exactly. We're finally here, right, Derek? All right, so we have our fronts. Here are my pockets. I'm kind of using an ambitious fabric. I think this actually looks pretty good, you know? All right, so we have one back. Here's the cargo pockets. I put a snap on. I'm having a little trouble getting that one cap snap to behave, or spring snap. So I'm still kind of fiddling with it before I abandon it. All right, and I may just leave it and ask him, are you gonna actually snap these shut? He's left-handed, so maybe if I put this one that doesn't shut on the right side of his pockets, he's less apt to use it. And then that way I won't feel so bad that it doesn't close. I know that's kind of cheap. I'm kind of scared to snap it and it not be able to open right now, because it's just a little bit wonky, the top to the underside. It's like this, you know? So, all right, so then we have this one here. I may not be able to choose if this is the left or the right because of the way the pleats go, unless I swap them. All right, so here's our other front, and then there's our back that needs the pocket. Oh, I just lost my, what the heck? All right, let's thread my needle again. I didn't turn this light on. That's what's going on. I could tell my lighting's a little different in here, but I couldn't figure out what it was. I have been lately leaving my lights off because it cuts down on how hot it gets in here. It's weird that fluorescent lights are cool to the touch. Aren't they cool to the touch? Someone said that to me, and I was like, God, you're right. Why do they get so hot? You know? It really adds to the warmth of my office. And one time I left half my lights on in my old shop over the weekend, like from Saturday night to Tuesday. And my office was like 86 degrees when I got there. I talked to my landlord, and he's like, you know, because I was like, I think someone was here. Like my lights were on and it was hot in here. And he's like, If you left your lights on, it gets hot. These lights are hot. I was like, oh, okay, that was probably my bad then. Hi, Catherine. How's it going? All right, I have my bobbin in. I'm just going to check and see how full it is right now. It's getting down there. We got about a third left. All right, so first I'm going to do a little zippered pocket demo. So I have these crazy pieces here. So this is the back traced off, and then I traced the pocket opening on there. And I'm going to sew the dart in. I'm actually trying to remember, how do I do this again? Oh, I need to mark the dart on the wrong side. All right. My chair feels really low today. Okay, so we have our dart, and let's just say, you know, we're sewing it like up to that point, so we're going to top stitch it. And now we have our pocket bag here. And so we're going to I need that piece, that one piece here. Oh, wait, where was that purple piece? Here it is. Actually, well, yeah, we'll do that. So I'm going to do this quick and dirty. I'm not going to be as accurate. Hopefully I am accurate enough to get the box. I shouldn't even have drawn it on the pants. In fact, when I've done this before, I don't draw it on this one. I only draw it on this one. But, you know, the placement is a little bit key. Gosh darn it. I'm trying to rush it and I shouldn't. Oh, and I need to put that piece on too, that facing. So if you were going to just do a zippered back pocket, right? Hi, Elena, how's it going? You're going to cut your backs the same, your two pocket bags the same, but you're only going to need 2 of these for 2 pockets rather than 4 because you don't need 1 for the welt. Now I'm wanting to be all precise. We'll just do it this way. There's lots of ways to mark something and get it to line up, you know? Really all you need is the 4 corners. So let's get our, it is scrap fabric, but just in case you want a tutorial, here we go. All right, so we're going to do this right sides together. We're going to assume that I want the print side of my pocket to the inside of the pocket this time. And I'm just going to start, you know, I'll draw a line, I'll just draw it. Because I don't really like to back stitch in the corners. It's a little bit risky because you might end up going a little past your corner. And then it just kind of becomes a little bit of a headache. All right, so we're sewing. It'll be kind of accurate. You're just gonna sew around your box. I did 3 stitches on the end, so I'll make sure I do 3 stitches on the other end. Now, if you wanted to do the welt in front of the zipper, you can. And you can probably, Yeah, I don't think you can do that with this method, this quick and dirty method I'm giving you. I'm trying to adapt what you have already so you can do it. All right, so we're going to cut our double Y, you know, so we're going to cut into these little corners. Remember, you still want this to be pretty crisp. Can't get away from doing this step. Make your stitch length a little bit shorter if you want to make sure that it's just nice and crisp, you know. All right, and then we're going to turn this to the inside, to the wrong side. I know my prints are all kind of wonky, huh? It's going to look like a hot mess. Remember, it always looks a little bit like a hot mess at this point. All right, and we're going to iron this. Right, Terry? I know. That's why I showed you guys the zipper fly on that ready-to-wear pair and the waistband, because I want you guys to know that you in your mind you're thinking it looks better and that you're trying to measure up, you know, to that ideal, but often you're doing a better job. So I'm just ironing this seam. Doesn't matter what direction, I could even go this way. It just makes it a little easier to get a nice crisp edge right here. I'm right-handed, so I'm just kind of moving things around here. Just pull this gently. All right, so you don't want your pocket lining to show. Make sure it looks good on this side. Oh, I have these pins sitting here and I almost knocked them all on the ground. I thought I was seeing threads here, but it's just like you can see micro amounts of this black and white print showing right there. All right, so like I said, it's kind of a quick and dirty way to do it. So you're gonna just make sure that your zipper is going to fit in here. And let me tell you a little bit about the zipper you're gonna use. This right here is a 4.5 coil chain zipper. I'm not an expert on zippers. I know a little bit about them. This style of teeth, you know, is the coil chain. I use a lot of zipper by the yard because I just have a lot of it left over from manufacturing. And I found it to be really versatile. It's really easy to use. It's too heavy for something like the back pocket of a pair of jeans. I would go with like a 2.5 coil, and if you don't know that number, that's fine. Usually anything you buy at the store is going to be perfect, you know, like a dress weight zipper, anything like that. It doesn't have to have a stop at the bottom. I mean, not a stop at the bottom. It doesn't have to be separating. And you can shorten something as well. So just make sure that if like this works, zipper by the yard does work because you're putting in a seam at the top and the bottom, you know. So and you're going to, so this one is too heavy, and by that I mean like the coil chain is really going to fill up this little tiny pocket here, because this pocket is only 3/8 of an inch wide, and so the bigger the coil chain, the bigger the slider. And this is the slider, you know, so look at that. It's not the most ideal. You can't really see, can you? It's so dark. But it's a pretty fat coil chain. And then anytime you're seeing like outdoor clothing, it's usually a 4.5 or 5.0 coil. And then there's the plastic teeth, the zipper that people like. I don't prefer those. I think they're kind of chunky. And then there's also brass zippers and things like that. I actually don't know the size of a brass zipper. I just thought of that. I feel like they're always the same. So maybe that's the case. I actually don't know. It's kind of interesting. So anyway, all right. And as far as the direction that you want your zipper to go, I think that that's your preference. Like if you're left-handed or right-handed, if your pocket's on your right back or your left back, it's probably no one way to do it. I would just make it consistent, either going towards the center back or towards the side seam. And there's probably tons of debate in the world about how those go. All right, so you're just gonna center your zipper on there. Let's just shorten this up too. So now, because mine, I can sew through the coil chain, no problem. I can actually make it go, you know, at least up to this raw edge. I don't have to. It might be a little easier if it was a little bit shy. And if you want to make sure that you don't have to catch it into the seams here, I would just make your pocket bag a little bit wider or make this a little bit smaller. Oh, they do? Really? That's big. That seems really heavy. Yeah, I mean, they definitely do come in different weights. You're right, because a jacket zipper is going to be heavier than, say, one for your jeans. So that's true. I just never have bought them as a wholesaler, so I don't know the weights and how they correspond to like this coil chain, you know? I like the coil chain because you can sew right through it. It's great. All right, so yeah, you're just gonna center your zipper on your pocket. Mine's not centered. And you're just gonna top stitch around it. Like, I'm doing this huge lead up, but it's actually really easy. So because my zipper is so fat, it's giving me a little bit of grief. And then yeah, you're just going to top stitch around it. So the zip opening is just a little small for this size zipper. You can make your zipper opening bigger. That's fine. Welts can be any size. I've seen them 1 inch, 1/2 inch. I used to always make mine 1/2 inch. And then just sew around it. So if you're using a fixed zipper length, not a zipper by the yard, just make sure that the stop of your zipper, you're not going to sew through it when you get to the end here. I'm gonna straighten this out a little bit. So my foot is kind of fighting to stay close to the edge because the coil chain's kind of pushing it away. Yeah, and there you go. So now you have a zippered back pocket. Mine's pretty messy looking, but there you go. And then if you wanted, you could even put a flap over it. So and then you're going to continue on, you know, you're going to put your pocket facing. I should have done this before. You know, finish the edges. Top stitch it on. And your pocket's going to be longer because you didn't take up any for the welt. Yeah, it is easier. And so now here we are, we have our sides here. You could overlock them. You could have overlocked the edges of your pocket bag first before you started. And then all you'd have to do right now is top stitch the edge like this. And then you'd have your pocket bag. And you can see I can just sew right over the coil chain in there. I don't ever put my zippers through the serger on the end, and I will say that I do get a little bit of these threads coming off. You can melt them if you want with a matcher or you know, lighter or whatever. I don't do that just because I don't really like the smell, and it doesn't really bug me. You could also bind the edge. What else could you do? If you wanted to do a really nice, you know, edge, you could back the zipper off a little bit, sew a piece of ribbon to either end, you know, and kind of sandwich it, and then the end of the ribbon would be in the seam. That would be kind of classy. So, hi Daphne, how's it going? Oh, nice. Did a little overtime today. Oh no, work is cramping your style. All right, so there you go. Now you have a zippered pocket. I have a little slit in this fabric. And then you just carry on. You could put a flap over it. That would be kind of cool. Maybe use this flap and make it a little bit smaller. And then no one would even see it. Right? So, yeah. So I wanted to show that. And then let's talk about ways to make your cargo pockets zippered, because I know someone was interested in that. So now, I think that there's probably some really nice ways to do this. If you wanted to just use the pattern pieces you have, you could absolutely just top stitch your zipper to the end. And like I said about the ribbon finishing the edges, you could pretend like we have a piece of ribbon here. And I'm just talking like a piece of binding. You know, I have a lot of that sitting around, and that's cut on the bias so it doesn't unravel, and it's kind of handy. But if you had like a piece of maybe grosgrain ribbon lying around, just cut yourself a couple of pieces and then sew it to the ends of your zipper. So we're going to put the ribbon is right sides together. Make a little sandwich, a little zipper sandwich. And see, even if you don't have your zipper, you know, going through to the edge, if it's just the tape there, you know, this is a really nice way to finish it. And then you have this extension on your zipper, and you can do that on either end. Just make sure you account for this in the length, and think it through, because remember, yeah, so Catherine, you could, and let's make this a little shorter. Let's cut it off. And the reason I give you this option is because say we just top stitched this to the zipper. So if you wanted this to look probably a little bit more like it was intentional, you could sew the zipper right sides together before you hem it right here. Just cut the hem off and make it just like a seam allowance to your zipper. You know, sew that, and then it would be on there. I could do this right now. You just top stitch it on there. No one's gonna think twice. You know, it's gonna look intentional. And the reason why I would put the ribbon here is that now when I go to turn under this edge and attach it to the shorts, I have something soft to fold back. You don't need to retract it. Please don't ever think that. I knew that that was a confusing statement, so you were not alone in wondering what the heck I was talking about. Hi Lydia, how's it going? So yeah, so this just makes it a nice soft edge. It also, it's like, even if your coil chain isn't by the yard like this, turning back the edge of the tape on a zipper, it's kind of awkward and messy looking. So this is a nice way to kind of give you this really nice clean finish and have something to turn back. All right, so now what do we do with this edge here? So now this cargo pocket has a flap, and so there's probably, you could be kind of clever in how you attach this. Maybe you even, let's see, let me think. I'm trying to use what we have here. I'm wondering if this was on here already, right? If we top stitched it to the pants like this, put the flap under it, wrong side up, stitch it down, and then fold it over and edge stitch it, I think that that would be a really nice way to finish that. That's what it would look like. So if I were designing this pattern intentionally to have a zipper, I would probably inset it with fabric above and below in the pocket. And then, you know, do you know what I mean? I can draw a picture. Hi, Martina, how's it going? Yeah, so I would probably, you know, we'll pretend like the snap's not there right now. I would probably put the zipper like right here and have just like a little bit of fabric above and below. And that way you just have this pocket that you can stitch all the way around in a square. And then you can still put the flap on if you want to cover up the zip opening to make it look nicer. So just an extra added security. And you can have a lot of fun with that. I think this is the kind of stuff I really get into, is kind of the technical nuances of some of these little accessories and gadgets and notions incorporated into your pants. And I think also it gives you an opportunity to play around with function in a garment, and that was my specialty as a designer, is that I was really into function. And so this kind of stuff's pretty fun, you know. It's like, how is this person gonna use it, you know? Are they left-handed? Are they right-handed? What size is their phone? What are they gonna put in this pocket? Do they want to be able to reach in and grab it, or do they want to be able to do cartwheels and so it's secure? I love thinking about all that, and I think that it makes your garment really usable. And it also just, it gives you an opportunity, I know you're probably going to hate me for saying this, to spend more time on the project because I like that. I like that, you know, I spend more time on it, and it just feels a little bit more thorough, you know? So I have a smudge on my glasses. And it's bugging me. Dang, I used to have like 2 eyeglass things. I don't right now. Cool, Susie. One of those might work for you, I hope. I hope, yeah. Yeah, all right, so let's get back on track and making our cargo shorts. All right, so we are making one more welt pocket, and it is on this one, right? Yeah, it's this one. So let's just hope I can get one more in and it looks like the other one. So this time, let's mark my pocket before I stitch the dart. Has anyone ever seam ripped on paper before? I actually don't think I've ever seen, oh yeah, I've seam ripped on paper, never mind. Yeah, that's awesome, Catherine, I'm glad. Yeah, I did a lot of that for the Blanca flight suit. Like I designed my pockets a little differently. I designed, you know, my chest pocket around my phone, and I absolutely use it that way. So my left chest pocket, because I'm right-handed, there we go. Right here is taller and tall enough to easily get my phone in there and zip shut. But this one's just like a chest pocket, you know, with like, it's just flat. All right, so let's mark this pocket on here. Lately, I have this little magnetic basket, and lately it's so hard to get my choco liner out of there. I don't know why. Like, I don't think I'm doing anything different. It hasn't changed. I've had it for eons, you know? Martina, that's awesome. I love it. Yeah, I think we have not sewn many welt pockets on the stream, and they are really, I think, one of the all-time fear-inducing sewing steps for everybody, you know? Until you start doing them and you're like, okay, if I don't think about it as the scary welt pocket and I just think about it as the steps, it's a little bit more manageable. Same with zipper flies. All right, so we have that on there, and then let's put it on the, so this is the right side, so it's gonna go on this side, right? There is a notch, center my pocket. I think I would, if I make these again, I'll probably add this box to the pocket lining pattern piece so that I do it, I don't have to wonder, you know, like I would probably experiment and make sure. All right, so we need to overlock the edges of my pocket facing, so we'll do that really quick. Yeah, it's so classy and it's not too difficult. There's plenty of difficult welt pockets out there though. Like I definitely think that there are definitely some welt pockets out there that have made me cry. Bound buttonholes. Shush your mouth. Do we really have to do bound buttonholes? I know some of you do. You are true heroes. Yeah, this is a very, very straightforward welt, very clever. I was looking at the zipper fly instructions to see how they like to do it, and it's almost identical to one I've done before. It's like almost identical. The only thing that's not is because it's not a waistband. So that's kind of cool. All right. So let's see here. We're going to put our facings on the pocket and we're going to do our dart. So now I'm doing things a little bit out of order because, yeah, because I do that sometimes once I do one. All right, so let's sew our facing on here. You just line it up to the notches so it goes to the right of the notch. There's so many things about how she designed this pattern that are a little bit industry-ish, and I love it. The fact that she didn't do 2 notches for this is definitely an industry technique. And I love that because you don't need 2 notches, you really only need this one. It's reassuring to have that second notch, but it's also like adds to your cutting time and you know, it's just this kind of step just makes it like you start trusting the process a little bit more and what you really need. All right, let's get rid of some of this thread here. I'm so nervous. I'm going to do one pocket inside out and one right side out. All right, so our dart. Oh, this is the right. Oh my, you guys. I assumed the other side was the right side because the pin was on it, was the correct side. Well, darn. Let's do that again. Do it on the right side, not the wrong side. I can't get very close there because the pin's in the way. There we go. Were there, Derek? Oh, that's so cool. I really wish I could watch that show. I did, Catherine. I did, and I said what I would do, because I'll show you the depth of it. I think it just depends on what the person wants to put in their pocket. For some, I keep grabbing, like it's like there's 3 fronts in here. Here we go. For some, this pocket depth is probably completely fine. It is pretty standard. A lot of mine are about this depth, but that is the whole depth of it. And I think we're a little bit used to being more like that. Are we though? I mean, I don't know. It might be okay. It just depends on what you're putting in there. If you're putting a big phone in there or a big wallet, you might want a little bit more length. And I would just add it at the center line right here of this pocket bag. I think there's supposed to be a notch there and I forgot to notch it. I would just separate it there and add the amount you want and double it because you need it for both sides. So if you wanted an inch longer, add 2 inches right there. Don't make it too long though. There is such a thing as too long of a pocket. All right, so let's do our dart. And like I said before, Thursday, I was not here yesterday. It feels like I was. I'm going to come down to the vanishing point and then I'm going to turn around and go back into the dart to backstitch. I'm not going to hand tie these like I normally would. So now see, I'm going to pivot and go into the dart seam allowance to do my backstitch. All right, so let's see if I can get my boxes lined up here. So you're gonna line up this notch right here. Oh, we need a top stitch, sorry. I'm sorry. All right, push your seam allowance of your dart towards the rise or the center back. You can iron it. I kind of toy with not back stitching right there because this is almost in the seam allowance of the welt, but it's not. It's actually not in the seam allowance of the welt. All right, so line up this notch to the seam of the dart and make sure you've got your box pretty lined up. You might have to like spread it apart here. Just like that. Yeah, I did sew these as a French seam, Barbara. How's it going? Beverly, I love that gift. Yeah, I really struggle with things like that, like trying to keep the right side and wrong side of how I want my pockets. I struggle keeping that straight because for years I sewed it so that the print was on the inside of the pocket. And then I started just being like, no one sees that. I really want to see it. I'm using fun pocket fabric, you know, and I was always using fun pocket fabric and doing that classic thing of, you know, oh yeah, I made it and look at the pocket, and then pulling it out and showing folks. Not that I'm actually doing that anymore, but at least I know I can see it every time I put them on and off, you know, because now I can't do that and show people that it has a fun pocket fabric, you know. All right. This kind of stuff is very subtle. You can actually, just by moving it a little bit, get it a little bit off. All right, so now we're gonna stitch our box. This feels wrong. Why does this feel wrong? It's not though, right? Oh, it might be. It might be. No. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Am I doing this wrong? Let me just check. I'm going too fast right now, so it's making me doubt it. You added 3 more inches, so then your pocket will be 1.5 inches longer. Terry, I agree. Yeah, life is too short. I think you're talking about bound buttonholes. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. I have a little cheat sheet that I wrote myself yesterday, the other day. Dart and top stitch, mark pocket on right side of short and of pocket lining print side. Yep. Attach pocket facings, wrong side to wrong side of pocket. Stitch box. Oh yeah, I got this correct. Phew. It feels different this time. This is right? I'm gonna end up with this on the inside, right? Yeah, so this is touching the right side in there. Oh my gosh. All right, well, YOLO. Nothing like live sewing videos. So I'm smoothing out this kind of curve that was made with the dart. Hi, Brian, welcome. If you're watching live. So you can't really see because the pocket bag is kind of covering up where the dart made that shape above the butt. So you need to kind of smooth out this as you're sewing it and keep your box nice and straight. Pivot at your corners. This is the one part of this that you pretty much want to do a nice box, because this is the box that's going to show to the world. It's 3/8 of an inch wide by something like 5.5 or 5 5/8. So that's what your target is. 1, 2, 3. All right. It looks like too right, okay? Oh, it doesn't feel right. You know, it's like when you do it really confidently, you're like, then you mess it all up. That's how I feel like it's gonna happen. We're gonna cut our Y. These are just better at getting in the start, but it's pretty thick, so. So we're gonna cut, this doesn't have to be a straight line, just don't get too close to your stitching. But when you get down to the corners, this is when you're doing the Y, right? So you're doing the top of the Y into these two corners, and that you really want to get into those corners. Don't be afraid to. Just be cautious. You can't snip your stitching. Someday you will, and you're gonna have to just make your box a little bigger and just be really careful, and hopefully it's a fabric that, you know, plays nice with making that mistake. We all do it. I mean, sometimes I'll just get so close that I don't actually cut the thread, but the blade grazes it, and so it essentially is just kind of scoring it, and then it's like, ooh, I don't trust that at all, right? Because even when I turn it and top stitch it, that seam, this is such a small little area, that seam is going to be a problem, you know? So, all right, so let's see. Now we're gonna turn our pocket to the inside. We're gonna iron. I need this right here. Here we go. You guys are sure, right? Like I had this up, right? No, this is not how I want it. I was right, this is wrong. You guys. I'm sewing it right, but I didn't get the print right. Look. Oh no, you're right, I'm sorry. Oh, you sometimes just confuse yourself past the point of figuring it out. All right, so I'm just kind of ironing this. Remember, it's always a hot mess when you're at this part. You're thinking, oh my gosh, am I gonna get those crisp corners? Oh my gosh, did I do it? Did I do it? Be patient, just do the ironing first. And then start pulling it. Okay, and give it a good pull, like, you know, tell it what you want it to do. I want you to be a nice crisp rectangle. We're gonna be friends if you decide that you want to be in a nice crisp rectangle, right? Just say, look, otherwise, you know, fabric, you'd be sitting on the shelf somewhere not getting used. This way, you're like out in the world. You're on a butt. I mean, gosh. This is living the dream for some, you know? You get to be a part of pants and a pocket. A pocket, one of the most special aspects of a garment is the pocket. And you, my little rectangle, get to be part of a pocket, right? Looks like I could have clipped this corner a little bit better right there. Terry, yeah, I have the feeling you do better than you are letting on. Look at how much nicer it looks on this side than this side. I get them pull on this side. So let's see, is that because of the way I'm ironing it on the back first? I wonder, you know? Because see, I get this little pull here and here. On this side, I'm not. That's so interesting. Huh, that's kind of interesting. I want sewing research. Oh, you absolutely must tell your fabric what you're expecting of it. How does it know what to do unless you tell it, you know, what your expectations are? Come on, you guys. Come on. I do this with my pets too. So one time when I moved away up somewhere and I didn't know anybody, I moved to this new town and I had a backpack and my cat, and that's it. And my cat was in like a bag that looked like it was a cat bag. And so I was really nervous about flying with him because he'd only ever been in the car. And in the car, he was great. It was just the weirdest cat ever. He would just sit on my shoulder. I was that person driving between Colorado and California over and over. And, you guys, and he would just sit there on my shoulder and he just, you know, was pretty chill. I just had a litter box in the back. It was great. But when I would ever have him in like a cat carrier, he would poop in there and it would stink. It was terrible. And so every time he'd take me to the vet, I had to have him in a cat carrier because you have to, you know. So I was really worried about flying up, you know, because it was going to be kind of a long day. It was going to be this cat carrier. And so I started like researching it, like what strategies were. And one of them was absolutely tell your cat what's going to be happening. Start communicating to your cat. And I was like, okay. And you know what? It actually made this drastic difference. I started telling him, all right, buddy, you know, I'm going to be gone for a bit and we're going to go to the vet later, you know, and I would just kind of start preparing him, and things got so much smoother with all the things that weren't smooth for him before. So that's why I talk to my fabric too. Okay, so here we are. We're at the welt phase. Oh wait, do we top stitch first? Let's consult the oracle here. Attach pocket fades, stitch box, and cut double Y, press turn, fold welt, top stitch under box. All right, yeah, so we don't top stitch because that's to hold the welt. So the welt is only 3/8 of an inch tall. And now one thing I just didn't do just now was I want to press this, I want to make sure the seam allowance stays down right here. So it is that way right now. I did do that. But one thing I wanted to mention is that when you fold this welt up, this seam allowance right here kind of wants to pop up, and it feels kind of good to do that. Don't do that because when you go to top stitch the bottom there, it'll be so much nicer for your top stitch and the pocket if the seam allowance is pressed that way down into the pant. And otherwise, if it's pushed up and you do your top stitch, it's going to be like this empty amount of fabric under there, and it's just not going to lay the same. So it's kind of a subtle thing, but just make sure. And so let's try and get our welt a nice even amount. So that's all we're doing is just pulling this up a little bit, 3/8 of an inch into this opening. And I'm going to make sure my seam allowance is down like that. In fact, I'm going to press it one more time. You guys. No, the serger is like a little massage, Catherine. It's just a little massage. It tickles the edges, that's all. All right, so let's fold this here and iron it. Did I iron it the other day? I feel like this will be helpful. Let's look and see how it's looking. Pretty good. I feel like the pant is kind of pulling up on this seam right here, so let's make sure that doesn't happen. Remember, you have a little bit of shaping here because of the dart, so things don't look completely lined up. And I left mine untop stitched along the top on the other pair, and I'll probably do that again so that they match, right? All right, so everything looks good. So the one little sticky bit I had last time was that I didn't really make sure that this was nice and straight and going all the way to the edges. And so one of mine kind of like, probably because of the bump of this opening, it kind of fell in there like that, kind of pushed down like that. Almost as if this edge right here, it was pulled way over. It wasn't. It was actually lined up, but it kind of made this little bump on the right side. I'm hoping you can kind of see that. So make sure that you're pulling this all the way. Make this nice and flat and nice and even. We're really going through the details. Hi, Julie. How's it going? Welcome. Oh, yeah, my phone is ahead. You're right, you guys. Oh, you should, I mean, your fabric does a lot for you, Catherine. You should absolutely reward that fabric with a new machine. All right, so I want to make it sure it looks straight. So we're going to top stitch this. And now make sure you don't have your pocket bag. Make sure it's like hanging loose here, right? You don't want it to sneak up into the pocket right now. We're just securing this welt, and we're just going to start and stop our stitching at the end and the beginning of this opening here. And I'm kind of like pulling this down, making sure this doesn't creep like this into the welt. Ooh, that was a few too many back stitches, but there we go. You're done. All right, so we're gonna fold this up. And so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna French seam the sides because that's the kind of thing I like. But if you didn't wanna do that, you could absolutely, you know, pull this back, make sure you do it from this side, run it through the serger and top stitch it. And like I said before when I was talking about the zippered pocket, you might want to just pre-serge this edge if this makes you nervous getting kind of close to your pant like this, and then you just sew this shut. So I'm going to do a French seam, which means I'm going to put this right sides together, or wrong sides together, sorry. My print is facing to the inside of the short, and that would normally not be the print side. All right, so when you do this, make sure you don't stretch out your little welt here. In fact, let's just top stitch it down. Let's secure it. I didn't do that before, and I think on my other one, I think that'll help. Get all these threads into the seam allowance here, make it look a little nicer. Now let's do the side too. So on the side. Sew on the seam allowance along the top edge. Do you mean what I'm doing right now, Terry? Is that your tip? To secure these? Because you are right. I should have done that the other day, huh? And let's check it now, the welt. Okay, it's still looking great. It's not doing that little like whoop-de-doo that I got the other day. All right, so now we're gonna put this wrong sides together first. It's gonna be a little awkward. We're gonna pretend like it's not, that everything's fine. There's not much seam allowance here, so try and get this lined up. Try and keep all this perpendicular, so that your welt doesn't get sloppy. And trim it down a little bit. Don't watch. This is terrible. Oh my God. Oil pan is no big deal, Catherine. Unless are you the one I was talking about that with the stream earlier, or like an earlier stream, and you want to move it to secure what? Yeah, thank you, Terry. That's a good tip. You thought of that before I was even going to do it. Like the oil pan is, sorry, it's really secure. Yeah, so Terry and I have the same machine. I just have the, oh yeah, and you got the, so she did get the one with the electron. We have the exact same machine. I have an 8700-7. Yeah, and the oil pan, The only time the oil would get out is if you tip the machine over, meaning the table, not this. You can tip this back. It doesn't affect the oil pan. I have never, ever, I actually take that back. I had one machine that was, I think it was 48 years old. We started seeing a tiny like sheen on the foot pedal, and it was on my assistant's machine, and we finally figured out that that one was starting to seep out of the plug. And so the next time the mechanic was here, he just replaced it and it was fine. But that was 48 years old, so I don't know how long old that screw was, but it looked 48 years old. I am wearing the Charlie Kaftan. I love this dress. I wear it a lot. I love this one because it's short. I like the long one a lot, but I'm kind of clumsy, so. What made the little corner piece give you grief? That's what I was talking about, Catherine, about like when you go to iron it, make sure that you get it nice, crisp, welt edge all the way to the side of the pocket bag. Mine, what it had done was when I ironed it, it was great, but you know, I was ironing it from the other side. And so what was happening was this welt was kind of falling into the hole, you know, pushing it like this. It falls into this deep hole, right? And so what was happening was it pulled like this, basically. And so I think if you kind of overcorrect and pull it to the side seams here, keep it nice and flush, and then edge stitch it, I think that helps. All right, so let's press this, and then we'll sew it when we're done with the pocket. Oh yeah, and the speed thing, you can adjust your speed. I didn't realize, but this one's slower than my old machine. And when I went to use my old machine, I was like, whoa, Nelly. This one's got some kick. You get used to it, I promise. Right, Terry? You get used to it, and then you go to your home machine, and you're like, oh, honey. The world's passing you by. You know, it's so funny. When you look at the pictures of this pocket in the direction, you see more of an angle on one side. I swear this pocket is symmetrical. Remember we folded it in half? But look at that happened for me too. Is that just my sewing? Maybe that's just my sewing. It could very well be my sewing. You increased your speed again? Nice. All right, I'm going to do this from this side. I think doing it from this side, it's a little risky, and I feel like I'm pulling it a little bit. All right, and I'm just going to enclose this seam. I don't feel the need to be perfectly accurate getting this seam allowance enclosed there because you're not going to see it. Only your hand's going to see it. And you've made an agreement with your hand never to talk about any of your sewing mistakes, right? So that is the unwritten rule. I'm just making sure I keep this welt nice and crisp as I sew through there. Get rid of some of these threads. It's a little sloppy. Making sure, keeping that welt nice and crisp. All right, that was a little wiggly. We're not talking about it, right? I kind of had second thoughts about fixing it because I know I will see this stitching and now I have to remove it. I don't want to see my stitching there. Just remove it so it looks a little cleaner. I used to think crazy things like, well, you know, what if someone sees this garment, you know, 100 years from now? And then I realized my ego is a little bit too big. No one's going to see these. Nobody cares. We're leaving behind so much archaeological data on our society that they're not going to care about my stitching of my cargo pants. All right, so there we go. Yeah, I kind of want to stitch that down because I have these little... So you know what I think that this is from? This thickness right here is the welt. So how do we think we could prevent this from happening? We could have the welt end before the seam, and then maybe if it wasn't there, it would still be right here though. What if we put something in there to prop it up? You know, like what if there was some extra thickness here matching the thickness of the welt? Maybe we're being too critical. Ray! How's it going, Ray? All right, so I'm not going to top stitch around, but that would be your next step, is to top stitch from the short end across the top and down. And you can just go straight through your whole bag of your pocket. Now I'm going to kind of work on getting this nice and straight. And I'm going to peel this back, and I'm just going to stitch my seam allowance to the pocket bag instead. I just wasn't feeling like I was getting a nice enough stitch with my machine having 2 strands of thread in it. So I felt like that looks better. It actually looks really nice too. It kind of puffs it up right there. I wonder if I could do that on the side here and it would do the same thing. Ooh, I might be onto something. Let's see. Did I make it worse? Don't tell me I made it worse. What if I iron this like this? Okay, I just need to experiment a little bit. If you're new here, I kind of do this sometimes. I go down a little rabbit hole. I'm kind of curious, like, what is it that's affecting it? I get really curious. I feel a little bit like it's the dart. I have this back stitch thread I want to get rid of. So, and not that I think the dart's wrong. I don't think it's wrong or anything. I think it's because you create this curved shape. Maybe I wasn't very accurate. I don't know. Wait, is it? Yeah, it's this side. So I'm just kind of ironing the pant without the thickness of the pocket showing or up against it. Like I want to iron the heck out of this, but then I'm a little nervous about doing that. I'm going to stick to here. I'm not a welt master, so I mean, they're fine, but you know, I'm just kind of curious. What could you do to counter that? And what I was saying about the dart is that, you know, you have this piece up here is been cinched, right? And it kind of made me not stretch it, but kind of shape it here. I think once they're washed, they're fine, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah, you know what, Crafty? That is actually a really good point. And you're absolutely right. Yeah, so Crafty makes a really good point. And they're right. Like, it's not a criticism. This welt is a pleasure to sew. And I think that at the end of the day, that's what matters. And you won't get a perfect welt doing it because it's not set up for that. But it's perfect in my book because it's done, right? but this thickness, do you see this right here is the thickness of the welt, and I feel like it's pushing there because it's not as bad on this side either. Sewing the inside here, sewing right here helped. See, I put a little stitch right here across the triangle, and I think that's because it mashes it down. So maybe what you could do is experiment with stitching down a lot of this thickness and making it so that it's less bulky. Let me just do just a little bit, okay? I know my poor husband's probably like, what are all these stitches in here? He won't notice. All right. I feel like it's making a bigger impact. Ooh, that does make it like there's a ridge right here. Do you see that? And on this side, there's not. Ooh, I feel like this is kind of fun. This fabric is a pretty stout canvas. I'm not sure how I'd feel about doing all this on my home machine, but my industrial's kind of eating it up. You know, it's liking it. Oh, that definitely smooths it out. So then now right here, this little spot, it's falling into the valley right here between the, oh, it's so interesting. So right here, sorry, I'm nerding out on this a little bit, but so right here underneath is the seam allowance of the welt, right? Remember we stitched around the box, we turned it back, we cut the double Y. So it's kind of shaped like this, right? Right here is the thickness of the welt. And so you're gonna get this little valley because there's nothing in there to push it out. You know what I mean? Jelly beans. So there you go. Once it's washed, it'll be fine. And I love this welt style, so I'll use it again for sure. Maybe on a lighter weight fabric, you're not probably gonna see this kind of dips and valleys, you know? Cool. All right, well, where are we at? All we've done is sew pockets for the last hour and a quarter. Okay, we're gonna be doing the front fly now. Oh wait, I think we actually gonna do the side seams and the cargo pockets first, yeah. Yeah, all right, so if you're not doing the cargo pockets, you don't have to do the next bit, but you do need your side seams. So we're gonna put our fronts together. Remember, it's only 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. All right, so line it up on the seam line, not raw edges, but seam line. I measured my husband's shorts that he said he liked as far as the length goes. So I'm going to probably try and match those. Because remember, I kind of just added a little bit of length to these because the pair that I borrowed of his were too long and these were much shorter than it. So I was kind of like, I'll just make the pattern a little longer just in case, because I can always shorten them. Did I run out of bobbin thread? Oh no, it's just, what is it caught on? Oh, it's my pocket bag was stuck in the crack of my machine there. I could feel it. All right, so do your side seam, and then remember to finish your edges. I'm gonna use the serger. So we're gonna do that first. While I'm at the serger, I'm going to serge the center front fly. So regardless if you're doing pockets, sorry, you need to do that at least. The color looks a lot better today. I love how people were like, wait a minute, those don't look like the same shorts on Instagram. They didn't say that, but they were like, yeah, the color is different. So I found these vibration pads for like objects. They can get really expensive, but I think I'm going to try them out on my machines, because you notice it's not my cameras that are vibrating, it's the machine, because I put in real underfloor padding under my rugs for the noise dampening. So I'm kind of hoping to give that a shot. That's why I've been kind of trying to look at the screen to see what it's doing. All right, so we're just going to overlock this edge here, side seam. Ooh, it's kind of thick there and it pushed it away. Ooh, that was a little thick. Okay, it's going to be top stitched down, so it'll be fine, but note. See, it's pushing it away right there. I'm going slow, don't worry, it's okay. All right, so this is one of my least favorite spots to serge, this little curve right here. And so what I like to do is I like to clip it right up to the, usually the basting stitch ends right here. I want to say drill hole, but you don't really drill this. But there's a circle. What's this marking called? There's a little circle on the pattern piece, and you usually clip up to that. And I usually do it before I do the serging so that I can turn the corner, because what happens when you come down along this edge is when you go get here, the blade is sitting out in front of your needles about a ½ inch. So the blade gets to here before the needles do. The needles are here, the blade's here, and you can't really finish serging this and turn the corner, you know? So, but if you clip into the notch, because usually you do that anyway, you don't have to worry about that. So I'm going to still try and serge it without clipping it, but note that it's a little tricky. What I will do sometimes is I'll go like this. I'll fold this all the way back like this. And so I'm going to go off this edge here. I'm also trying to, I'm worried a little bit about this pin right here. Let's be able to see it. So now my blade can't cut the pant, but I can keep serging there. And then I can pull this out a little bit, put it down, sew it off like that. And so then I've serged that, and you kind of do the same thing here. Now, if you fold it like that and you end up serging it and getting a little pucker there, that's okay. Just pull out the threads, because cutting it's way worse than serging it together. So we're going to do the same thing, and I'm just kind of sick of this pin here. So I'm just going to put a little X there instead. So same thing, I'm going to fold this back and I'm going to start, and my foot's on here, and this is usually what happens where I end up sewing it shut a little bit. Okay, I'm not sewing yet, but I'm about to go on. So the blade has already reached the fabric, and now I am serging. So look at that. So then I was able to serge the whole thing without cutting it to the circle marking that I'm totally spacing the name. Is that what it's called? Just a circle? So I don't think I've ever shown you guys this, because I feel like it's a little bit dicey with a serger to do, but it is the way I would do it if I wasn't going to cut to that little hole. So Can you guys see okay for that? I'm going to do it one more time. Thing that's making me the most nervous is this pin. So we're just going to get rid of it. So same thing, we're going to pull this apart, pull this away like that. Right? So all that's in front of us is the little edge we're going to serge. You're always watching where the blade is. It doesn't matter if you sew this shut. You can undo that. You can't undo if it cuts though. All right, and then same thing. So I do have a little pucker, but that's okay. It's actually in the seam allowance. The same thing here. We're going to pull this one back now. And get kind of lined up with the curve. And so the other thing I want to note is that I'm serging this so that this is the right side of the fabric and it's facing up. You might find it easier to flip it over like this and do this part because you can fold this over and it's a little easier to go off the edge. And honestly, that's fine. I'm being really picky about the nice side of the serging showing on the right side, but it's not necessary, you know. You can do it on the wrong side like this, it's fine. So here I am, see now my blade can go right off. I tried to purposely sew a little bit there so you can see that it's going to be fine if I do, because I can just remove those few stitches. All right. Okay, so we've got our side seams and our center front rise sewn or serged or overlocked, whatever you like to call it. All right, so we're going to top stitch our side seam. And you're going to press the side seam. I should have ironed it since I was over there. Press it towards the back. This is also a good opportunity if you want to end up putting some bar tacks in. But we're also going to put in our cargo pockets. So, all right, so press the seam allowance to the back. A little too much stuff sitting here, so I'm just going to move it so I don't... I want to raise this chair up. I feel like I'm 2 inches shorter. All right. That pin is for our cargo pocket. Or park it. Cargo park it. Still have all my belt loops facing the wrong direction. Whoopsie. These threads out of your side seam. This one, there's a little thread right here. I'm not sure you can even see it. I'm probably going to bring the camera down anyway because we're going to do the fly. Maybe I could brighten it up too. I'm going to look for this thread. Can I find it and pull it out? Maybe not. I can't because I serged it. Sometimes you can find that thread, just kind of pull it to the inside. It's so interesting that this particular pocket gets stuck in between my machine and the table. Ooh, I'm about to run out of bobbin thread. I did run out of bobbin thread. Ooh, but it's going to be under where the cargo pocket is. Yay. I planned that. What? Where's the edge? Oh, there it is. I saw it. There it is. You guys are all quiet now. Did I stun you with the serger stuff? All right. Oh, I can't wind my bobbin because I'm using 2 spools. That's why. Okay. All right. So now we are ready to put in our cargo pocket. So this is the right leg. And this would be the pocket that goes to this one because I think the pleats go toward the back. So let's just get this centered between these pins here. And I'm just kind of looking about the distance between the seam and this pleat and making sure it's about the same down here. Making sure it looks like it's straight. If you wanted to pre-iron this under, that might help you get this nice and crisp. Oh, nice, Karen. Yeah, I mean, how's it going, Karen? I just realized I haven't seen you for a bit. Yeah, I think that part always kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies, you know, because it's such a focal point on the pants. Oh, this pattern has a fly facing and a shield. Terry, I don't know about being the master. I'm just adventurous. So this is right below the pocket bag here, which makes me think I need to look at the directions right now. I wonder if those pin markings are actually for the pocket flap. Ooh, Delta. That's such a good question. I've heard people can do that. Like, yeah, drop your blade so that you don't have to. That is such a good question. And you know what? I might be able to do that. My serger's new to me. I'm going to look into that. Thank you for reminding me that. And my old one, I could do that, but I never thought to do it. I only ever did it for the cover stitch. So, good point. All right, so pleat should turn to the back. Place the pocket. Okay, so it just says sew the pocket to the side of the leg according to the markings. So I think I'm going to drop it down just a tiny bit because I don't actually really want my flap to sew through the pocket bottom here, mainly because of the thickness issue, like different thicknesses. So let's just drop it down a little bit. Hopefully I didn't just make the pocket completely hard to use, you know, because now when I put my flap there, it's still going to be tricky to get by this thickness right here and get my seam on there. You know what I mean, jelly beans? Oh, really, Karen? I am coming back in a couple of weeks. I don't, you know, thanks for mentioning that. I'm not sure I'm going to make it back there because I kind of want to devote all of my attention to my daughter and getting her set up. But do you guys know of any fabric stores between Portland and California that I should try? Can I sew that? I just want to see. Can I get by here? I mean, I guess I can. Can I pull the pocket bag out of the way? I can for a bit of it, but not at the side seam. You know what I mean? Maybe from this side. I might be able to use my zipper foot. I did a French seam, so it kind of made it thick. It's not the end of the world if I sew through the pocket. I just don't really want to. I'm going to drop it a tiny bit more. All right, and let's make sure I've still got it kind of straight. That doesn't look straight. I hope I didn't drop it too much. Well, I could, but I still have it at the side seam right here. So I can. But then what it creates is this right here. I just add to the thickness. So it's almost better if I can run the side of my presser foot along this and still sew. Yeah, but lengthening the shorts, it only affects the length from here to here. It doesn't change the pocket because the pocket is what you reach into from up here. So I don't want to change it too much. I mean, like in my opinion, I think the best thing to do is either to go up and then just sew straight through the bottom of the pocket, you know? So this is where it was originally. And if I sewed through the pocket, I'd be doing this and then this. I'd be sewing through, let's look at what I'd be sewing through on the inside. See how thick that is? So, you didn't make it, let's see. My weak, dumb pins. So I'd be catching just the bottom here. It's not going to affect the volume of the pocket bag, but it does mean I'm going to be stitching it down. $15 a yard, that sounds nice. Okay, just making sure I didn't miss anything. I am a little nervous about that. My machine doesn't like that. You know, like as long as I can firmly have one side of my presser foot on this, it'll be fine. So what do I think, like if this, oh, I wish I would have brought his pants today. I'm gonna just hold these up to me. But you know, like I wouldn't wear my shorts. So if these were me, they'd be like way down here, right? Like, because I would want them like up here, but he's gonna wear them like right here, right? His arms are a little longer. If you want to lengthen the pocket, oh, this pocket bag, yeah, I think you might want to. Really, Karen, do you live? I'm not going to be in Portland, though. I'm going to be below it. So I'm not sure I'm going to drive up there. That's awfully nice of you. Yeah, nothing really wrong with stitching it down. Hi, Rebecca. How's it going? If you lengthen this pocket bag, yeah, you might get into behind the cargo pocket. Now, what could you do? So I think one thing you could do is you could make your pocket bag shaped like this, right? We've all seen pocket bags like that, right? So, and then kind of just cut away from this section right here. The cargo pockets right here. Because then, even if you just do a little bit right here, even just like an inch, if you raise this up an inch and come down, then you can actually peel this away and the pivot points up here. That's what you do. Oh, in Southwest, okay. You've ever seen actually use the cargo pocket? My husband wanted them, so. I think that's what you could do. You would just put a little swoop right there. Just gotta make sure, because it's thick, you guys. It's canvas. All right, I think we're gonna be okay. This is pretty much where they were supposed to be. I'm just gonna do it a little bit lower, 1/4 of an inch, maybe 3/8. Maybe I think I made it like 3/8 of an inch lower at the most. There's my pin hole. So, all right, let's do this. Yeah, right, Susu? I see my husband do that too. All right, so I'm gonna turn it under. I always start upside down so that I can reinforce this top edge. I'm gonna do a double needle stitch, so I actually don't need to do that. If you just want to do the little triangle, I always start here, go up, across, and then around, kind of do a whole continuous thing. I used to always forget to do the triangle, and then I'd have to go back and do it, you know. But I'm gonna do 2 parallel rows, so I can actually start at the top like this. I think I'm going to start right here on the hem stitching because I'm going to do this all in one. Meaning I'm going to start here, go around, up, down, and then go continue. I just do this. I like as few back tacks as possible. I don't mind bar tacks. We can add those. How's the camera angle? Look at that color, it's so different. Yeah, I think scooping out would be pretty easy. Yeah, see, I always see that too, Susu, that he kind of bends a little bit. A lot of folks don't have issue with something not being perfectly ergonomic, and it's not until someone sews them something and makes it so that it fits their, you know, needs and size that they're like, wow, I don't really realize how much it irked me to have to do whatever, and now I don't have to do that, you know? Okay, I got my all. Oh, I hate when I'm like a half stitch away, you know? Keep everything flat. You can pin it. I know I don't use a lot of pins, but I'm not opposed to them. I use them to hold, I always use 2 to hold my pocket so it doesn't, because 1, it can kind of do this, you know? But this way I can kind of look at it, make sure it's straight. And now when I get up here to the top, I'm going to take this little corner right here. I'm going to tuck it in. I'm going to fold it into the pocket. It's my pet peeve that I hate those little threads poking out the top, making it look like it was home sewn. Go across the top and then down. If you have a twin needle, you can't do this with a twin needle. Just so you know, you can't turn corners with it. I know I tell you this every time, but just in case someone hasn't heard me say that. You just gotta get good. 1 more stitch. That 1 more stitch was a little too much, but not doing it was not enough. All right, so we're coming up at the top again. I'm gonna fold back this corner now. Like that. Like that. Oh, now it's nice and warm brown. Shoot. Can I? Oh yeah, I can make it, okay. I did, Catherine. I added I think it was like 1.5 inches. Yeah, you're right. But just to the bottom edge, so it made the inseam longer. I've probably seen your pockets. What do you mean? All right, there we go. Looks a little wiggly. I never said I was a good sewist or anything. I'm just teasing. Okay, there's our flap. I'm gonna get rid of these threads. Do yourself a favor and get rid of them now or right before you sew. If you can't sew it right now, don't trim the threads because while you're away, they have a little party and kind of relax off the edge. So if you trim it now, you're gonna be doing it again and then your flap gets shorter and shorter. So get rid of those threads. Maybe I should straighten that up a bit. All right, and so we're going to center it over our pocket. Let's get rid of these threads here. And you're to rest this on the top of the pocket. I really feel that thickness of that pocket bag there. Oh, I want to get rid of this. It's like a little extra thread here. Thread vomit, as I like to call it. Do you see, I don't know, can you see this little, what is this right here? Oh, it's just a cut edge, okay. I can't get close enough to trim it. There we go. All right, let's do this. So the thing I'm thinking about right now is I actually might, I know it sounds crazy, I might raise it a little bit. So when you go to turn it like this, it's nice if you can enclose this raw edge when you turn the flap this way and top stitch it. So sometimes I'll do a really small seam allowance, and that's why I was kind of laughing about this right here. So if I did an 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, I'm gonna miss the pocket there. So let's just look at it. How symmetrical is my flap? See, I'm all about airing my dirty laundry here. So right here, so it's like 2 3/8 from here down to that corner. And if I did the same thing on this side, it's like down low. So let's trim that. You see that? Look at that. I'm just teasing Susu. What did I do with the choco liner? Oh yeah. So let's get this even. This is the kind of stuff that kind of haunts you. You're like, wow, I did such a good job. Why does my flap look like it's crooked? And then you realize it's not. It's that this is wider than that side, you know? I've done it all, you guys. I know. Use a longer ruler. All right, so we're going to trim that off. I'd use your rotary knife. It'll be more accurate if you use one. Oh, unless you have nice sharp scissors. I do not have nice sharp scissors. Because this is the kind of stuff that you're like, no problem, I can straighten that edge. And then you start, you're like, oh, like, see, look at that. See, I got a little bit right there. I don't know if you can see it. But you start like, well, I'll just, you know, trim a little more. And then a little more. And then a little more. And then you get like the wonkiest pocket ever. And you're recutting it. I've done that. Okay, that looks pretty good. Ah, Susu. Yeah, right? The too many little threads, and then it looks askew, and you're kind of like, I thought I did a good job. All right, so make sure you put your pocket, you know, the flap right sides to the short, center it over your pocket like this. And I'm gonna do kind of a narrow seam. That's why I'm raising it up a little bit to compensate. Because I don't want to trim this when it's on the pant. That's dicey. Oh, this pocket, man. Just going to move it a little bit. Oi. Oi. All right. See? That thickness. And so then we're going to turn it down. We're going to enclose that. You don't want to catch your pocket. We're going to iron it first. And then hopefully our snap, we can even do that. Snap it and then top stitch it down. It looks like I'm away from the seam now. Let's see if I caught it. Oh, it didn't. That's amazing. All right, cool. All right, so let's do our other one now that we've fiddled with this one so much. And we'll iron them at the same time. I just want to point out that I did pretty good getting the face towards the body, and I didn't even try. Remember how much I was fretting on that? All right, one more. We haven't even gotten to the fly yet. Oh, sorry, I just whacked you guys. Whack. All right, so we kind of know just based on the pocket even, the bag, where it sits. And the snap is right over the seam, so that's good. Yeah, so it's a little bit lower. One more like that. We can double check it by doing this, lining up the side seam. Like this. Just roughly making sure that we're getting it in the same spot. Good thing I did that, huh? Give me my 2 pins. I want these big ones. They're the stouter ones, even though they're kind of lame right now. I'm on a sewing challenge where you're only allowed to use 2 pins through the whole project. I think that's something I could do. All right, make sure nothing's getting caught in there. And then same thing, let's trim a little bit of these threads away. Turn it under. Project is getting big, so now it's starting to get like, it gets kind of dangerous because you don't really want to throw your scissors into your, behind your machine or under your foot pedal. And you tuck in these corners so that they're nice and crisp. Get rid of that thread. Oh my gosh, I kind of went 1 stitch too many. I barely landed on it. I almost wore different shoes, like not different shoes, but shoes I haven't worn in a long time today, and I was like, you know, you haven't sewn with those in a while. The heel's just a little different, you know. That can make a difference on a machine like this. Rayanne always sewed barefoot. I couldn't do it. It felt so weird. I tried it and I was like, I can't do this. And she's like, is it okay if I don't sew with shoes? And I was fine with it, but I don't know how OSHA would have felt about it. For those of you outside the US, that's our like work safety administration. But she felt safer without them. Would I ever sew the flap first? I think you can do that. Yeah. I mean, you're essentially doing the same thing. You're relating one to the other. So yeah, why not? All right, fold that corner down. One, two, three. I always check before I start sewing. Yeah, look at that. Can you see that? It's a little like, it doesn't look great. it's definitely something I would consider maybe, like no one else would look at that, but it would bug me. Oh yeah, that kind of bugs me. All right, let's fold this corner down. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about in a second. I felt it when it happened. It was like you know how sometimes you do something and you like jerk your hand and you're like, why did I do that? That was a bad idea. Now I'm wearing water all down the front of me. You know, it's like, what led up to that? Like, how did that happen? That's kind of what happened just now when I was approaching this corner. All of a sudden I felt it was almost like my foot knew I was going to slow down. It's like, no, it kind of went forward. And see, look, it looks really bad in camera. Yeah, let's just, let me show you a trick on how to fix it if you're as fanatical about I am about not showing your back tacks. So I have nothing against back tacks. It's just one of those things, like when you start sewing a lot, you start focusing on something, and it's always personal. Other people focus on other things, and if they told me what they focused on, I'd start focusing on that too. You know what I mean? So one of the things, my weird little quirks as a sewist, is that I try to make things look as seamless as possible. Do I think I'm the best like sewist and like prettiest? No, not at all. I'm just efficient, and I do a pretty good job, right? So, but there's just little things, like it's kind of a fun little game. You know, can I do this without having any back stitches showing? So if you're here a lot, you'll hear me say, shoot, I don't want to do that because I don't want to back stitch there. And so right here with this corner, what I can try and do is do my best to get my needle back in the holes. I'm going to pull a long tail here. And then, you know, you might want more than 2 stitches. I'm only overlapping 2 stitches. So I'm going to go 1, 2, and then I'm just going to sew my corner now. And I think actually that's probably better right there. So now we're going to pivot. Ooh. It's just that corner is just not in a good spot. I think I want it more like right here. Okay, there we go. Right, so now we finish. So I did like 3 stitches. All right, so raise up your needle, pull out your work, leave a long tail. All right, so now all I have right now as far as thickness is that I went in to the same stitches of 3 stitches here and 2 stitches here. So now you turn it over to the other side and then tug your bobbin. I'm kind of disappointed that I can't see my bobbin right here, so my plan might not work. Tug your bobbin a little bit and then pull this little loop, which is your top thread. In my case, it's 2 threads, like this, and then just tie it off. Now, does it leave a tie off on the inside? It does, you know. And I will do this a lot when I'm doing really nice stitching at the center front fly of a pair of jeans or something. And then what I try and do is I hide this little tie off in the seam allowance of the rise. All right, so this one got a little bit messy as far as my tail went. So let's see if I can grab it. So my bobbin tail isn't very long here. It's right up here. This one I want to leave alone, but this one, yeah, my bobbin tail is just a little too short. So that's one thing to think of. On your machine, if you don't have an automatic cutter like mine, you could lengthen the bobbin stitch too. All right, there we go. And so I'm going to tie these 2 together. And this is, like I said, this is just a quirky, weird thing I like to do. I'm going to put these little tails in there and tie them in there. You could probably put a little bead of whatever the glue sewists use, you know. And then now on this side, it doesn't look like I had to fix anything right there. Hi Ursula, how's it going? So see, that's all you see. That you can kind of see right there. But see, now no one knows that I just took this out and re-sewed it. Just a fun little thing. All right, so let's put our flap on and let's get to that fly. All right, so let's check our the flap out though here. How symmetrical is it? It's kind of like the how low can you go? How symmetrical is it? I'm getting rid of all these little threads, putting them to the seam allowance. This one looks better than the other one. That looks pretty good. I feel like I can handle that, right? Okay, so let's put this one. I'm still getting rid of some threads here. The seam allowance is so small that I really want to make sure I capture all of that. All right, so there's the pockets on this side now. Center the flap. I'm gonna put it about that far above. See how it's lower here than the sides, and that's just, you know, the nature of when you stitch this, it kind of stretches it out a little bit, so kind of makes it flat, right? That's so funny that you guys don't sew with shoes on. You know, I'm one of those weird people, though, that I can't not wear shoes, you know? I would love to have a household where no one wore shoes, but I myself have to wear shoes. I'm far more comfortable like that. I'm a toe walker, so I have to have some sort of support. I think I'm a little lower this time because that was a lot easier. All right, so let's iron this. Yeah, it's fine, Ursula. You are perfectly on time. Get my other one. Does anybody watch the show Kim's Convenience? It's on Netflix. It's a Canadian show. It's so cute. I just saw this episode, though, where one of the kids has his mom over, and he lives with his girlfriend. I think he lives with her. And so he makes her hand her shoes as she's walking in. And then like, to wear in the house, like she's not going to walk in the house with her outdoor shoes on. And, oh, I should mention they're Korean. And so when she visits another time, she actually brings her shoes. And it's just like this natural thing. And I just think, yeah, see, I really wish I could get into that little habit. All right, so let's iron these. Let's warm it up. Oh, did that take a while to get used to, Linda? Taking your socks off? Nothing is better than removing a bra. I don't know what you're talking about, Rebecca. Hi, Elizabeth. Really? She insisted you do it? Wow. Thanks, Martina. Okay, so I'm the weirdo. That's what you're all saying. I'm the weirdo. I want to know if anyone has an industrial machine and sews without shoes on. I will say that it nestles in the thickness of this pocket and kind of makes a nice even thickness. So that is kind of nice, you know? Oh, that's cool. Someone did recently in here got a machine that has all that push button, and they were like, oh my gosh, you guys, I don't know if I can do this. Wait, yep, do you have to use shoes then? That's what you're saying, Terry? I'm gonna feel better if you're like, yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. That's good. You did a little exercise. I'm just making sure my snap is centered. Oh, this is so interesting. Rayanne would find this so vindicating. You can't get used to the foot pedal when you're using someone else's. That's really funny. You're like, never going back. Yeah, sometimes I will do it like real quick, like when I was at home, and I would just run in to stitch something to fix it, and I wouldn't have my shoes on, and I'd just be like, ah. This felt so bad. I felt like I was too short. All right, so let's enclose. So I can feel my pocket right there. We're okay. Now this is, oh, come on. This is one of those things where you might want to edge stitch the fold too. It's up to you. I do think like this seems like such a simple thing to do. I kind of did a little bobble there. And you'll really agonize over it, and then you'll look at the way store-bought ones are. This is definitely one of those ones. You look at the store-bought ones and you're like, wow, they didn't do that very good, you know? And you'll see threads there. There you go. All right, so there's one. Your foot would reach the floor. I know, I had that problem with my serger for a while. I finally swapped the cords out with my old one, and that helped a lot. I'm pretty close to the pocket, I feel like. I don't feel like my pockets are perfectly symmetrical. I'll be very transparent. Come on. It's not moving forward. It gets hung up on one of the, something over here. What is it getting hung up on? On that one, it got hung up on a pleat. See, right there? All right, I'm kind of zoomed in because we're about to do the button fly. Well, yeah, exactly. You said, yes, yeah, you can get, yeah. Yeah, they do mullen. You can't use the foot pedal. Yeah, they don't get wrecked. They don't get wrecked, but yeah. I do a lot of sweeping. I mean, maybe you guys are inspiring me. I've been thinking about employing a shoe-free policy. The whole thing with all the shoes at the door. So, okay, do you keep your shoes in your closet and you just carry down the pair you're gonna sew? Is that what's going on here? Like, I gotta get moving on these. All right, so we just have our fly extension here. I sometimes called the fly shield as well. All right. I wrote down some cheat sheet notes. I like to do this when I get to a fly. So we've overlocked the center front rise. It's the very first step of doing your zipper fly. And now we're gonna sew our rise along the center front seam together. So when you sew this, you wanna cut this out, you wanna make sure that you got this notch up here. It's pretty important because that's the center front seam you're gonna sew it together. And then when you get down to that like drill hole thing that I can never remember the name of, you're gonna switch to a regular stitch, and up here you're gonna do a basting stitch. So switch it to a basting stitch, be kind to your future self. You're gonna be happy you did. I can't tell, like this pocket right here sits right up to where this turns back. This one goes a little bit past, and I don't feel like it's supposed to get sewn through. So I might have been just a little bit off in sewing this. And so I'm going to trim a little bit of it off. You don't really want to fold back this right here into the fly, like fold back on itself, because then it's going to create a thickness. It's kind of one of my complaints about the, what is that called? What is this called? Not that it's, we call it a tummy panel sometimes. The pocket, what is that called when the pocket goes all the way? Oh, really, Terry? I have an IKEA shoe rack. Pocket stay, thank you, Rebecca. God. All right, so don't backstitch up here. All right, line all this up. Find that chalk mark you made, which is now gone for me. It's going fast because of the basting. I'm like, wait, I'm not ready for that. The canvas is so tacky. All right, so when I get here, I'm just going to switch to a regular stitch length, back stitch, and finish out your seam. All right, and then press open. I'm just going to finger press it here. So I caught this a little bit here. I'm going to trim this away a little bit. I don't want any bumps. Press this open. So I'm feeling a little bit keen on space. I think like I really prefer putting in your zipper fly before. Ooh, do I have the serging showing on the other side? Kind of. Just do it before your side seam maybe. That's my preference. Because you can do this, you know, like you can still put your cargo pockets on once your zipper flies in. You still have a nice flat expanse here. I'm feeling a little bit pressed for space here. I'm going to get rid of these threads right now. We do not want these creeping into the front here, to the outside. And that was just where I gave you the example of like if you accidentally pinch the fabric there when we serge right there. But if they're not showing over here. Well, there's my drill. Good. It's way up here. Oh no, that's fine. Okay. All right, so press this open. I want to follow her directions the way in the order, because sometimes I will just jump around. All right, so you're going to top stitch the fly, keep it pressed open, turn it right side up. Now when you're looking at the shorts, so if you ever watch my ginger jeans or my zipper fly video, I actually write on the fabric, left front, right front. It kind of helps keep you kind of oriented. So as you're looking at this, this is the right front and this is the left front, all right? So I just thought I wrote that wrong. So just make sure that you're thinking about that. If you're reading directions, you're not, that is as if you're wearing the shorts, not as if you're looking at them, all right? And when you're doing a zipper fly, you're constantly flipping it out, inside out, you know, upside down, right side out, whatever. And so you need to kind of make sure, even if you just pin it, you know, right front, left front, you know, RF, LF, it really kind of helps keep you on track. All right, so I'm going to roll this up over here because I've just got too much stuff over here. Put the shield in there. I'm just going to top stitch to the right of this center front seam. Remember, my fly is open. I love how this shoe thing has really gotten bigger. It is crazy wearing shoes. Okay, yeah, and I have wood. I think it's because I don't like walking barefoot. It hurts my feet on hard floors. All right, so this top stitching right here, this is when, like, say you're doing jeans, you can have a little fun. You can do a fluorescent yellow or some contrast, because this is kind of when you see companies kind of go all out for the way something looks. Now, this is why I usually clip this where the little circle marking is, and I press the seam allowances one direction below that mark. I may have missed that in the directions. I think you keep it open though in hers. So now if you want two, like a double row, go for it. You have room if you want to put two rows and make it straighter than I did, that's for sure. All right. So I wrote top stitch from the right side on the left front. From the wrong side, line the zip up. My zip is pretty long. This is the only size they were selling at the time. Oh, I just really kind of hate how much fabric I have to deal with here. All right, so let's talk about your zipper. I really want to make sure this gets nestled in there though. I'm going to pin it down just so it stays in there like that. When you're using a brass zipper, and you most likely are, make sure that you line up the bottom of your zip tape to the bottom of your fly here. Don't line it up from the top to the bottom. Line it up from the bottom to the top. Because when you go to sew this curve right here, you want to make sure you're going to miss the brass zipper. And this kind of helps you feel really comfortable when you're doing that step and less nervous. And when you're doing that curve, the last thing you want to be is nervous, because then you'll get it wiggly, you know? So make sure that you line up your zipper at the bottom. We'll shorten the zipper later. All right, and so we're going to pick this up like this. All right, the zipper is face down. So the right side of the zipper is facing this fly facing here. We're gonna butt the zipper tape up to the seam right here that we sewed. That's the basting stitch. Try and be straight. And switch to your zipper foot if you need to. I don't have one. I have one, but it's not like a true zipper foot. And we're going to sew this down. All right. Okay, so that's just one layer, right? Now you're going to take this, pick up your zipper, and you're going to flip it. And we're going to edge stitch this now. Sewing a zipper fly is really easy. It's just a bunch of short seams. I always say this because I don't want you to think about it as, oh my gosh, I'm sewing a zipper fly in. Just think about it as, oh, I'm going to sew 7 inches over and over again. That's it, okay? Oh, what'd you say? Maybe, did you, why was it to, so Martina, there's lots of ways to sew a zipper fly, and I'm following the way she does it, but it's actually really similar to the ginger jeans as well. So I basted it to here, to that circle, and then I switched to a regular stitch below. Okay, so we did the edge stitch. So right side along, stitch, right side. Both liner edge stitch. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I already did it. Okay. All right, so now I like to turn it upside down now, like this. Let's just look at it like this, okay? And upside down, yeah, and flip it over. gonna flop it over to this fly like this, pick it up. All right, so now your flies are together. Are they together? Like this. All right, so put your flies together like this with your zipper tape lined up there. And we're gonna stitch it down along the zipper. I do this upside down because I find I'm a little more accurate. Ooh, I might need my zipper foot for this. Let's see if I can catch it. Did I catch it? Let's make sure. I often will do this twice because it's kind of a high stress area. Maybe what I could do is put one foot on the zipper teeth. I don't want to get too close because then you can't, that's not going to work either. I may just need to switch to my zipper foot. I don't really like using it. This is it right here. So I can't move my needle like most machines have a zipper foot and you move your needle to the left or the right of it, but that's not how mine works. It's just a really narrow foot. And the reason it works great, don't get me wrong. It's just like, I have to like take it on and off, and there's not a lot of purchase because it's so narrow that it feels a little bit inaccurate, you know? Let me get rid of some of these stitches I started off with. We'll get rid of those. The basting stitch, so basically you put your center fronts together like this, lining up the fly like this and down here. You baste from the notch to the circle marking, switch to your regular stitch and finish out the seam. So that notch is going to line up to that circle. It's a 3/8 inch seam allowance, but you can't tell up here, you can only tell down here. All right, so get rid of these when I started and didn't finish. All right, so let me just put in an extra seam here. Let's just hope that's not too close for my zipper pull. It's hard to tell right now because it's all basted shut. I think we're gonna be okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna be okay. All right. All right, and make sure you don't cut this off, by the way. Hi, Libby, how's it going? How's your daughter? She make it okay? I know the color does look a little bit better today. Sometimes it doesn't. All right, so let me take off my zipper foot. When I was getting thread ready for this the other day, I was like, oh shoot, I don't have many bobbins. And then I remembered I bought a whole other box of them. I finally get to use them. It was so satisfying. Cool. Yeah, Martina, it's kind of a crucial step, but it's a really easy one. It's just the first thing you do. That's where my serger kind of fell off there, but we're okay. It's double stitched. We're okay. We're okay. All right. Okay, so then now's the time where you're going to stitch your curve. So people do all kinds of beautiful things here. They have all kinds of really great tips. I just wing it. Everyone is here and so happy. Yay, I'm so glad to hear that. Aw, that's so awesome. Reunited. All right, so make sure you get this tucked in here. We'll fiddle with it too when we're on this side. This is when I want to cut it off a little bit and line it up to this edge, and every time I do this, you guys, it doesn't go that great. So I'm famous for totally forgetting the pockets day when I sew ginger jeans, and I sew the zipper fly in, and then I get to the pockets and I'm like, oh, I forgot about that. Because see, look, it looks a little thick there because of that extra fabric. So now you're going to sew your curve here, and you know, we can do a chalk, you can do a piece of paper, you know, sometimes that's what I'll do is is it sitting here? I'll just take the fly and set it on here and then stitch around it. That's what they would totally do in a factory. They would just have a little piece of cardboard like this and just lay it on here, you know? And then let's just look. This is what I want you to do to kind of reassure yourself that you're not going to hit your zipper. I'm going to just trim this a little bit here, a little bit more. So it kind of sits in there a little better. And I'm going to pin it down from this side like this. All right. So if we were using our little top stitch thing here, you know, we're gonna miss it. See, right there. Okay. And note that this is lower than the like it's biased down here. So see, the interfacing is right there. See that? You're going to be stitching all the way from the top. So when I showed it to you a second ago from the right side, I was way up here. And then I would definitely go right through the zipper, right? So just make sure that you can feel that fly on the right side. And make sure those pins aren't going to give me a problem. But it's so much short to manage here. There we go. My nice big sewing table feels so small right now. All right, so here's the bottom of our curve right here. We can see our zipper here, you know. If you want, you could do chalk. I'm just going to do a little hit of chalk here and there. Just something to aim for. Wow, you're already planning some sewing projects? How fun. That's so cool, Libby. I'm so glad you guys can be together. And sew together. That's pretty cool. All right. Now, often you'll see when I do this, I actually just feel under there. I actually don't feel like I'm on it right now. Let me check. Let me check. Oh, yeah, it's way over here. Let's move this over. I just feel for it. You can usually feel it pretty good. This time I can't really feel it too good. I think it's just because the pocket stays there. The pocket stay is there, not the pocket stays there. All right, so I'm just going to put my presser foot along my chalk here. Try and miss my pins. Keep this all nice and flat. You don't want any like buckling or anything like that. I also find that when I'm doing this, when I can feel it really well, the sewing machine foot kind of stays on the fly facing. I'm just looking under here. Here is the stop. And now my presser foot doesn't want to sew past it. So we'll just hand crank it a little bit. Why am I having so much trouble? I usually don't have any trouble with this kind of thing. It feels like my feed dogs is hung up on something. Now I'm gonna cover up that little bobble there with a fake back tack. Like this. Actually, I'm gonna do that later. I'm gonna do that later when we have the fly shield on. That looks okay. All right. All right, so now get your fly shield out. And this is where the instructions are different if you watch my zipper fly video. So you can do everything in that zipper fly video identical, except this part right here, because you're gonna need to finish both the top and the bottom of this shield. Because remember, this isn't, this doesn't have a waistband, it has a waist facing. I'm kind of curious how well I'm going to do at this actually. I'm going to trim this little corner here. My interfacing made this very stiff. I'm going to overlock this edge together. Going to overlock these raw edges together. All right, so it's completely clean finished. I think I'm gonna pull this, this is gonna sit like this, right? So I'm gonna pull this thread tail down and just stitch it in there. Just make it a little tidier, especially since the top of this is, you know, basically hangs free. Is that what I wanna say, hangs free? I think so. I think that's a good way to say it, because it's not, the top edge isn't getting enclosed in a waistband like it normally does. All right. So we're going to attach this to this edge here. Which is kind of a little tight. And then we're going to put it 3/8 of an inch down from the top edge. So we're going to line it up here. Let's get rid of some of these threads here. Make it look a little neater. Because I am sewing with 2 threads for my top stitch, anytime I have the extra thread kind of pull back into the seam, it's like double. Makes it look even more. So you're going to put this 3/8 of an inch below the waist edge here and stitch it in. Oof. For as long as you can. So for, you know, it's going to start curving away from the edge. See, like that? Let me make sure I did that right too. Did I just see a thread? Where was that? Was it this? All right. Let's review. Yeah, all right. Okay, so we just need to put in our bar tacks now. And the bar tack, it kind of keeps the shield covering your zipper. Let's get rid of some of these threads here. I have so many threads as far as like my stitching, and it looks really heavy because of the, I'm using top stitching thread. Ray, aw, thanks Ray. You guys have new stickers. They're very cute. I don't know what she's doing. Ah, you're giving me a cup of coffee? Thanks. Where's your alert? There it is. Yay. Thank you, Ray. Look at it. This fabric looks so cute. All right, so here's another thread. Let's get rid of this. You can't really get rid of some of these later, right? So you need to get them in there now. All right. So the reason we do a bar tack is it's going to keep this shield covering your zipper here and protecting the wearer. Keeps it, and it makes kind of, you know, look nicer on the inside too. So let's get your shorts. That stitch looks loose right there. All right, so I'm going to cover up my wobbliness right here by doing my bar tack there. And a bar tack in general is usually a series of tight zigzag stitches, kind of like one side of a buttonhole. I don't use my home machine, so I'm just going to use this machine. You are welcome to actually put a real bar tack on there. It's a very nice touch. You can even do a contrast thread color. Get all fancy. All right, that looks okay. This looks wobbly right here. It got thick right here and it got pushed away because this right here is the pocket stay. And so as I came here, it just kind of sunk down into this valley. I could have done a better job there. All right, so now we're going to do, let's clean this up a little bit. And let me show you how it looks on the inside too. Oh, we're gonna remove our basting stitch. Let's see how it works. Hunting threads, exactly. All right, so let's remove our basting stitch here. Now I like to try and do this. Oh, that's interesting. This right here didn't really get caught. Look at that. Did I do that wrong? I don't think so. I like to usually do this so that I can remove it all in one, but I'm gonna just do it fast today. There we go. It's so magical. I can't believe someone designed this. I've always wanted to look up who designed the zipper fly. And we'll make it look better when we get rid of all these threads. That looks pretty good. Probably took us 10 times longer than that one I showed you where they sewed it with the raw zipper tape showing. Yeah, maybe it is the drink. I think I have enough room there for the facing. And you know, if you had a zipper that was the proper length, you could probably end it right here, and then you wouldn't have to worry about what I'm going to be worrying about when I get this into the facing. But it looks pretty good. All right, now we're going to sew our center back seam, right? Yeah, center back seam, and then our inseam, waist facing, and hem. Waist facing can be a little easier than a waistband too. All right, so get all your threads. Ooh, let's try and match the seat patch. Wouldn't that be nice? So you want to get that on the seam line. Can I do it? Let's see if I can do it. I think I started a little bit off, so let's see if I can do it. Oh, I don't know. So now, do I make my my husband wait till his birthday for all these clothes, or do I have him, I mean, I gotta have him kind of model right away, right? Let's see, how did I do matching that seat patch? Well, I'll take that. I'm okay with that. Ooh, look how warm it is now. All right, let's serge this. Night, Malin. Sleep well, friend. Okay, I'm gonna give this a good shake. Get rid of some threads. A month-long birthday, good point. So he gets to model it and then I take him back away, right? I have to have something to wrap on his birthday, you know? Thread hunting. Look at all those threads in here. I keep thinking I have a, maybe I do, you know, like a lint roller, but I think it's at home. I was just recording the video at home to waterproof my anorak jacket. All right, what am I gonna do about this right here though? I don't think I did that wrong. I didn't trim that off. I did not trim this off. So why didn't it get caught? Huh? Did I really do that? I mean, the fly all works. It's all lined up. Works fine. What did I do there? Anyone know? Maybe the designer will tell me. I hope so. I'm a little worried that I don't have enough seam allowance here. Because look at this right here. This is lower. Look at that. I'm going to be cutting it close. Stitch it down with the facing. What facing? To this? Could I? I feel like I should move this down a little bit, but I just bar tacked it. I think I should. Sorry guys, I know it's like getting late. Oh yeah, I probably could still serge it. You're right. I think I'm gonna do that for sure. Let's do that now. I just have it tacked at the waist edge there. But you see, look at how much this is sitting above this edge right here. So that's, I was looking at this as my 3/8, but it's not enough there. That's like not even 1/4 of an inch, honestly, because on this side, it's lower than that. It goes high, lower, and lowest, and this is lining up with that. So I feel like I need to move that. I'm gonna be happier if I do. All right, sorry, I need to do some fixing. Sorry, guys. So let me overlock this little edge here. Yeah, I'm wondering about that too, Martina. Oh, with the waist facing. Oh yeah, we do have that. You're right. We do have that to look forward to. Because the waist facing is going to get stitched down along this top bit here. So that will hold it down. You're right. You're right. You're right. We're not there yet. And I haven't really sewn a lot of waist facing treatments, so Let's just put this little tail of serger thread up here. That way it looks finished from this side. Except for all the thread that my machine just put on, getting that. With the double strands of thread, it really adds a lot. You know, if I was doing, it'd be like if I were tacking that with top stitch thread, which is kind of overkill. All right, so let me take this out because I have some concerns that that won't all line up for me. I've just gotten some things a little bit off in the course of sewing the shorts, which happens, you know. And better now than dealing with it and going, I'll be able to make it work. That is so what I would do. The fisting makes me hurt. Yeah, but I'm hungry. All right, Terry, say hi to the hubby. You love it. You guys are like, yeah, we made mistakes. Sweet. Let me get rid of these fake bar tacks that I added. So, because they look like they're still there, and what would happen is when I go to put them back in, I would just do it right over that thread, you know. Ooh, that just came out or something right there. Or is that? Does that look like I just took this? It does look like I just took the stitch out. All right, well. We'll leave that alone. Okay, that's fine. All right, so let's just lower this guy right here. So we just need to take him off. This is a pretty easy fix, to be honest. I just want to make sure I don't unpick my serger stitch. Oh, that looks like serger stitch right there. Here it is right here. Oh, to have better eyesight. Oh, to have better looking hands, man. I wish I paid attention to that more. Now you guys are all looking at my hands, but now I get suggested sewing videos and they'll just like pop up, you know, and they'll start playing or whatever. And I'm fine with that. I like watching sewing videos. Everyone's hands look so pretty and they have these cute little manicures. And here's the deal, you guys. I'm not going to get a manicure. I did it once when Cricket was in that phase of like, I want to go get nails and all that stuff. And I was like, oh, all right. And we went and it feels like my nails are suffocating when I do anything to them, like when I put stuff on them. So, yeah. What time is it here? It is 1:43 p.m. Yeah. Lunchtime. And I was just thinking today, because I watched this cute little video and I was like, God, her hands are so cute, you know? I was looking at the hands, not the sewing. And I was thinking, well, what could I do? And it doesn't help that, like, you know, I have poison oak on me. I keep getting this kind of thing, these little things I burned myself yesterday. And I just walk onto my property and I start getting these weird little dots and stuff. Oh, there's ink. I don't deserve nice nails. Okay, so I think that's partly our bar tack right there, so let's get rid of it. Yeah. Get it back to ground zero. You know? And then that way, you're ready to go. All right, let's see, let's prepare this right here, get rid of these threads here. All we need to do is shift it down a little bit, and let's take this opportunity to even up our waist edge. This is good. This is a good reminder for those of you who aren't to this point to get your waist edge here nice and even, right? Let's look. Shall we? I don't like threads like that right there. All right. Because we want a nice smooth transition across our waist here. Don't trim your zipper without the pole being below the waist seam, all right? You're definitely gonna rage quit. I think I'm gonna just look at this here. I wanted something like this. I want to be able to see really well. You know? Get this all nice. I gotta stand up, sorry. Right. 8 GMT. Oh, thanks, Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Okay, so now I know I don't have the the back shorts here, and I'm gonna be really careful. I'm just thinking about, isn't it funny how this is the center of your shorts and the zipper's way over here? I'm just marveling. I'm gonna go between these teeth. Sometimes I just cut it up high too, but this is a tiny little blade for this. Get all your edges nice and lined up. Okay. Don't shut your zipper. In fact, you know, do what you need to do to make sure you don't actually do it. Like this is what I do. I just put a pin in one side like this. And make sure the pole can't sneak past that pin. You know what I mean? Put a safety pin, whatever it takes. All right. It's such an angle there. I want to make sure I have a right angle, you know? See that? It's coming down below that side there. Kind of bugs me. All right, so we need to add this back. Don't shut your zipper. Now we know that that is our waist edge. Put it 3/8 below. It's pretty easy to remember what side because it's the loose side. You wouldn't be able to attach it on this side, so don't worry, you're not going to do it to the wrong side. Do that right there. Remember 3/8 below the raw edge there. That pin's kind of bugging me, but I refuse to take it out. I don't think I've ever gotten a brass zipper pull back on to a zipper. So, yeah. And when I worked at a tailoring shop, we just replaced them and you know, I've had to do it, but I don't really want to right now. All right, back on track. Get rid of some of these threads. Keep it making look nice. And then put your bar tacks back in. You can do this later when you're feeling better about, you know, having your zipper open while you do it, because you might want to have it shut. Can I move the shield a bit? I imagine, Martina, you could. You would just lose a little here, you know? I think that's possible. I mean, it's definitely possible. So then meaning you would just hang it off of this edge a little bit so that this gets covered up. Barbara made a good point that the waist facing here is going to cover it to here. And you're just going to see this little bit. But yeah, you do see your interfacing there. It's something to think about. Maybe you could do a piece that is, I would say, maybe a 1/2 inch narrower when you cut this out and fuse it, and then it wouldn't show. It's okay. Yeah, that is the pattern piece. I like that idea, Martina. You will, a lot of guys' shorts do look, and pants look like that. You do see the interfacing in there. But it doesn't mean we have to have it like that. I am with you. All right, where did I leave off? Oh, I did the center back seam. And we need to top stitch it. And I don't think, does it matter which way you do? This one here is this way, and so you want to do it to the right back. Yeah, I feel you, Martina. I definitely have caught that drift, and yeah, I'm gonna wait, Rebecca. Thank you. I'm gonna wait until I can shut my zipper. Yeah, so I like to, it's because of the cargo pockets. So if you aren't doing cargo pockets, what I would suggest is that you sew your fronts together, sew your backs together, then your side seams and your inseam. And that's so that you're not doing this right now. We can just turn these inside out. It'll be easier. Trust me. Trust me, I'm a professional. Okay. Yeah. The next pair I sew of these, I think I could do in half the time. This is one of those projects where I actually I want to sew it again right away. I hope they fit him really well, and if they don't, they're a really good, you know, work short and test muslin. If you want to do a double row, go for it. I think I will. I mean, I don't usually, so I might as well. My seam allowance is a little narrow for it. It's a little awkward if you couldn't tell. This you could use your twin needle for, and it would look a lot nicer than what I'm doing. Oh, I'm getting hot. Well, just shut your zipper. Okay, inseam. You could do a flat felled seam. I'm not going to take the time to do that right now, but I heartily approve of the idea of a flat felled inseam. It reduces the bulk. You don't have much of a seam allowance to do a flat felled seam though, just to note. You would need one of them to be about at least 1/4 of an inch bigger. Just one side, because with a flat felled seam, you use 2 different seam allowances. Talk about some sewing gymnastics too. You're like really getting in there to sew. It'd be a tricky project to do it on, but it would be nice. Oh. Yeah, I think you could do your cover stitch. I think that's, you know. Yeah. As your double needle top stitch, yeah. Oh, what happened here? It's funny, it felt funny, but I thought it felt funny for a completely different reason. All right, get the seam ripper out. Don't use the scissors like that. So this seam allowance was supposed to press completely that way because it's open, but I didn't do that right there. I ended up pressing it the same way just to reduce the bulk at the intersection there. Drink. Ooh. Really? Well, do you mean complete sew through like the ASMR? Oh shoot, that was a really sloppy back stitch right there. Let's get rid of that stitch. Because that would work. Doing complete sew throughs, uploaded videos with all the like steps and everything on the screen, that takes so long. So long. I don't have a video editor. All right. I'm going to. I really want to top stitch this inseam, and I'm going to, but it's going to be painful. Let me see, can I get through that? I can get through that. Yeah, this is going to be a little painful, just hard. But I'm doing it because of the bulk. I won't do 2, and I think I'm going to do it like a fat, almost 1/4 of an inch away from the seam to really get the whole thing down. It'll look like a fake flat felled. I keep wanting to arrange it and there's really nothing I can do. This is just how it's going to be, and it's going to be terrible. All right, I'm at the crotch seam. It's catching on my table here. I think I'm gonna go just past here. Jeez, come on. I'm hitting my back tack by accident right now. Oh, it didn't work? All right, so now I'm gonna continue from this side. Make sure we press it the same way. I'm try-harding right now. I can't see where I'm sewing, so there it is. I'm gonna take out a couple stitches because it's a little bit crooked. A little wobbly right there. See you, Rebecca. Stay safe this weekend. Oh, okay, cool, Julie. I love hearing that. Oh, my ear hurts so much. It's like a black hole. Yeah. All right. So we only have hems, the waist facing left. So let's do this. I'm going to prepare my waist seam with all the belt loops and put them on properly. So this is looking pretty good. Except that wobble right there. They look like proper cargo shorts though. Don't you think? Yeah. Okay, so let's flip over all of my belt loops because I put them all right sides together like a dingbat. And then we can tack down our pocket facings, and just in general, I think I just want to prepare this waist like with the stay stitch. And I think there's let's see the diagram of where all the belt loops are at. So there's 2 on the front and then 4 on the back. All right, so there's ones right here and right there. Okay, good. I know exactly which notches to go for. So I'm just gonna stay stitch this top edge, get my pocket facing up here. Should have left it inside out to do this step. A little easier. I have to admit, the worst thing I've sewed on this whole project are my belt loops. They are just atrocious. That one's like, yeah, like right on the side of the... I wonder what it would be like to do this as an ASMR. Imagine I make a mistake. Like during that one I did already, you could see I was kind of like, well, shoot, I didn't realize I needed to change my thread color, you know? And I was sitting there like, I didn't really want to do it, but... I had to keep changing it back and forth, but it was kind of necessary. So see my teeth going up into the waist facing. Let me, no, they're not. Stop it. No, I just had to flip them. Did I do one? I might have done one wrong. No, 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 no. No, because it's a facing, Martina. Stop it. I just flipped it over. My chat's trolling me. Okay, so this is, I'll bet if the designer's watching, she's just like, oh, the fact that I did this right here. Okay, so this is what I would do to combat this. So when we do the facing, we're going to be turning this back on itself like this. This is not okay. I might have to deal with this. So what I should have done was ended my zipper and pulled it into the seam. I'm used to sewing this as with a waistband, and it's okay if it goes up into the waistband. That's totally fine. But with a waist facing, it's just not very nice, you know, because this can't hang out of the facing, you know. You know, I didn't forget one. Did I forget one? Oh, you're right. Where did it go? That's funny. You're right. I don't have one. Here it is. Phew. And it goes like that far in front of the pocket, right here. So now I'm trying to think, like, yeah, I wish I would have thought about that. Shoot, that's a big mistake. Because what's going to happen is even if I take this out and pull it over, I have a raw tape edge there. Oh, really, Barbara? Yeah, because I can never get the pliers off. Front loops are in different places. It probably has that optical illusion that they're in different places because this isn't the center, this is. But they're in the, pretty sure they're in the same place. Yeah, see? Oh, I thought that's what you meant, way whack. All right, I'm gonna stop hemming and hawing and just try and fix this right now. You know what? I don't have to worry about it here. I just have to worry about it here. Right? Yeah. I just have to worry about it right here. I'm like literally trying to make a deal with the devil right now, so let's just suck it up, buttercup. Mellow. Right? Let's hope I can like smooth this out with the facing too. See, because I could have put this over here into the seam. I'm really glad you guys don't mind the mistakes and fixing it and stuff. People didn't like that when I first started streaming. They didn't get it. I'm like, you can watch any video you want where they didn't show you all the mistakes they made. I've told you guys I've seen videos where they're sewing along and they switch between the left and the right. And it's probably because something happened to the other one. So then they just say, oh, I'll just fix this one and continue on. And then it doesn't work. It's like, ugh. All right, so if I pull this over like this and get my teeth to end before the seam allowance there, okay? I can almost make it into this here, so we'll try that. When I'm doing this before I put it into a garment and I fold down the tops, I actually put a little stitch right here, even hand stitch it right here, and then that kind of helps keep it in place. So let's try and get all this without hitting the brass teeth. I'll tell you what, this project has made me go, all right, we need to look ahead at all the other projects and see what we're missing. Auto carrot. I like auto carrot. All right, let's get this over here. Turn that at a right angle. Almost get it there. Eek. All right, so we've got that in there, and then we're going to cover it up with our shield here without breaking the needle on the brass teeth. Am I right? Clean up all these threads here, make it look like nothing is awry. Or a carrot. All right, and then we're going to re-top stitch this right here. And then I just walk my foot around the brass teeth. Walk my needle, sorry. Like that. All right. Oh no, Susu. I mean, I think like, that's why I say like, it's like this kind of thing when all these little things happen like this, it makes me want to sew it again to kind of have the satisfaction of knowing, having the foresight, right? All my little threads are still poking out from my basting stitch. I really want to pick on them. Okay. So the good news is we can get rid of this now because our zipper can't go past that point. Where's this famous facing? Here is our famous facing. All right, so I think that this is the center back or maybe the center front. And just check. Almost done. Oh yeah, that's the center front because that's a fold line where the notch is. I notched it, yep. All right, so we're gonna sew the center back seam here. I'm gonna top stitch on each side. Warts and all. That'd be a good title for a video. I was talking, well, I get approached to do sponsored stuff, and or an opportunity will come up and I'll apply for it. I always get pretty excited about it, and then usually there's like a kink in the plan, you know, and sometimes it's that someone wants me, they're expecting like a fully edited, detailed video when I just don't really have the capacity to do that a lot, and I'm not getting paid, you know. So if they were paying, I'd be like, yeah, absolutely, I'll do that. But a lot of them, they're just like, here, we're gonna send you free product, and we would really like this full edited video, and it's like, well, I can't do that, you know. Like, I think my video that's made the most money is $100, and that is one video, and it's the how to sew a collar and a collar stand, and then the next one is how to sew, I think it's how to serge elastic to a waistband, and but all the others are like $6, you know. So it's not like, you know, I get that time back, you know. If they were going to share it on this massive platform, that'd be really awesome, but they don't offer that. That's auto Karen. I'm reading chat. Oh yeah, Ray. Yeah, I think that's so affirming, you know. All right, I'm gonna serge this. I'm serging the long bottom curved edge here. Yeah, so the reason I said that is that this one place that I'm talking with lately, which seems like a great potential and a great match for all of us, they were like, hey, could you give us examples of the videos you've made? And because they were like, you know, I've talked to them, and they were just like, these are kind of intriguing, like, tell me more. And I listed them, and one of them was, I was like, I just did this ASMR video, and it actually was a really big hit, and that made me feel really good, because for me, that is like a very easy video to make, and it's very enjoyable, and it's very me, you know, because you get to just see how I sew. And I know someone probably wouldn't go for that, because they'd be kind of like, oh, I don't know about that, you know. All right, so you fold back on that notch. It looks like it's about, I'd say 5/8 of an inch fold back, just in case you lost the notch after ironing and serging. That happens. All right, and then we're just gonna sew this to the top edge, turn and top stitch. Easy peasy, right? Right here, wait a minute. Wait. Wait a minute. Did I do something wrong here? That's not gonna work. Yeah, don't get stuck. Wait, how do I get the... What did I do here? This all looks correct. What I'm noticing is that if I sew this like here, how is this edge getting finished straight here? Because this can't go past the zipper. What did I do wrong? Good night, Ursula. Thanks for coming by. So, yeah, super edited video is not my format. You guys, something's up. How, so if I sew this to here like this and I turn it, you know, it covers up the zipper. It works on this side. I think I did something wrong. same with this edge here. So if I do this, and I sew here like that, I mean, I could do that. That's so thick though. I'm not sure my machine would go through that. So what could I do there? I mean, maybe if it was open. I'm truly puzzled. So if I do that, I sew it. I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah, I could just understitch it and then fold. Okay, so that's okay. That side's sorted. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too, Martina. Did I miss that? I read through that and maybe I missed that. Wow. And she clearly says right here, the zipper head should be 2 inches below the waistline. Ooh, you guys. My bad. The zipper head should be 2 inches below the waist and pin and sew the right side of the zipper tip to the fly. I clearly have never sewn a waist facing with a zipper fly. Fold the zipper right side up, understitch the zipper tape, and seam allowance to the fly facing. Yeah. I kept thinking, oh, her zipper looks so short. She just wants to show you to put the zipper tape to the top edge. Flip the front pieces to the right, then pin and sew the track. Just flip the... I don't see where you finish that top edge. Right here? No, that's the shield. Oh yeah, I know why. I know why. Because the zipper should have been 2 inches below. Yeah. Okay, so let's think about this. So if I put this on here, right, and we sew down like this, we're fine. But I didn't need this really long zipper because you have a button and buttonhole up here. So I'm going to be sewing over this part of my zipper here, but this is, you know, and then this will be the button and buttonhole. So I should have even shortened this even more. 2 inches, she said. Listen to her. 2 inches from the edge, so it needs to be down to here, right here. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you guys. Oh, man. If you haven't given up on me yet, Beverly, you might want to put that in the zipper fly timestamp to check this time that for this revelation. She might be watching it later on, though. All right, so could I leave this here? Maybe I shouldn't, though. It was easy enough to shorten that. Is it easy enough to shorten this one? Honestly, I think it could be. But I don't think it's necessary. So if you are with me and you made the same mistake, right? So you have this facing like this. Okay, like that. As long as you can get your button and buttonhole right here, you're gonna be okay with the zipper being inside here, all right? So this side is sorted, and this side right here, so on this side right here, it's kind of weird that it would be like this. Right? Should I just shorten that? Boy. So is that really just like... The button and buttonhole part is a pretty simple in structure. I hope Terry sees this. I'll message her. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, so the button, the buttonhole, button goes on this fly shield and your buttonhole goes there. I'm so sorry, wardrobe by me. All right. I just sewed this like, oh, it's like a zipper fly. All right, so let me think this through, make sure that how I'm gonna do this is actually gonna work before I fix it, because I don't want to spend all the time fixing it and then I didn't think of something. All right, so if this was like this and it's edge stitched and it's top stitched down, we have room for our buttonhole right there, right? Okay. And then on this side, this is supposed to go to here. So it's going to clean finish. You really got to get rid of the zipper. It's going to clean finish like this. And then, you know, if you didn't clean finish that, you would have the zipper sitting here next to your button. So I think it's wise to shorten that. And let me just clarify. She says 2 inches below the raw edge. Boy, if you're watching this on the replay, kudos that you've stuck this far. I would definitely have it on double speed. Below the waistline. It just says waistline, so I'm going to assume that's the raw edge. This facing, yeah, is like 2 1/4. So yeah, all right. So we're just going to shorten this a little bit more. We know how to do that now. We just did it. I know I have sewn something like this before. I'm trying to think what it was and how it was done. I think that the, yeah, anyway. Oh, I'm fine. This basing's making all this crazy, yeah. So, yeah, but we really are really close. Like, now that, if I hadn't made all these mistakes, we'd be eating lunch by now. Really, it's no big deal. Saturdays I was planning to have a nice long stream. That's why I saved, you know, a welt pocket for today. And I did the little zipper pocket tutorial. So she says 2 inches below the waist. So I'm actually going to do a little lower. Let's see. I think maybe it's supposed to be 2 inches below the waist, like the finished waist. So if it was like this and like this, right? We would want that wait. Let's get this correct here. Yeah, I think that that'll be far enough right there. Walter would totally be like, keep going. I don't think he would say it like that, though. He's much nicer than that. All right. I won't hem them, though. with you guys. I think you can handle that, right? Ooh, that's a good question, Glenn. I think you can get by without it, but it does give it a nice, you know, boardiness. It's like a stability. If you're using a canvas that was a little like more of a loose weave, I would absolutely keep using it. This isn't a very loose weave, but you did notice like it's kind of thready, you know, and that threadiness, you know, can be kind of annoying in some cases. All right, so just getting rid of some of these, and then we're gonna shorten it all the way to there. Clearly, having the right size zipper is kind of important in this particular project. Often you can shorten a zipper, but pulling it like this, making this right angle and making it go all the way over here, it's not that clean. Okay, I'm trying to get my garment over there. Like normally this would be going into a seam that's right here. You know, like you wouldn't even see all this right here. All right. Well, I'm gonna top stitch this now. I'm so picture oriented when it comes to instructions. I'm just like, yep, okay, yeah, I know all that. But I should have read it closer. I did read, but I just should have read it closer. All right, so let's put this back on here. You're having a personal party with me. Yeah, that's true, Ray. I always love it when the folks in Oceania can make it. I know my time does not work, and there's such a thriving sewing community there. All right, so I'm gonna be careful about the brass teeth right there again. Okay. Ooh, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me, sorry. I can't mute myself anymore. I probably can, but I don't know how. Okay, there we go. This is looking more aligned. This should have been short too, but we're gonna cover it up with the facing. All right, let's do it. All right, so we're gonna line up this facing to the edge. I'm gonna turn them inside out. Oh, are you, Delta? Gosh, I was just looking at someone's beautiful pictures in South New Zealand. She said she was driving home and she just kept stopping and pulling over, taking pictures. They just got this light dusting of snow and there was all this mist in there. It was just absolutely beautiful pictures. When I went there, it was winter and there was this really freak storm. We almost got stuck in Christchurch. I loved going there. All right, so I have those brass teeth there, remember? So I'm just sewing this on with a 3/8 inch seam. feels so good to be back on track. Hi, Abby. Yeah, it is. I mean, to be fair, I didn't plan on pocket fabric, and these are for my husband. So, my bad, you know. He's pretty cool with stuff like this, though. I think he'll really like the kind of lounge vibe of this, you know. All right. So I stay stitched my waistline, and that was a really good idea because, you know, your waist can actually get a little bit bigger over time. Not your waist, your shorts waists. I know my waist is getting bigger. But I'm talking about your shorts right now. Oh, and Glenn, you know, this interfacing I used is, it was a woven fabric, so it's cotton with the fusible on it. And I feel like even though that stuff is pretty stout, it feels more like fabric. It's really great. If I'm going to use a fusible, I actually prefer using that. So, all right, can we make it? Are we going to make it? Are we going to make it? I'm not going to make it. I got to ease this in better. I did the center back seam. I'm pretty sure I got that. We're not messing around now. All right. All right, let's get that back on track. Make sure your belt loops are perpendicular to the waist seam. It's really easy. In fact, I kind of caught myself a little bit ago not noticing I wasn't checking, because it's really easy when, see, I tacked them up high along the edge, and my seam allowance is supposed to be 3/8. It's a little bigger right now at this point, and because of that, you can easily push the belt loop as you approach it with the machine. So make sure they're perpendicular, otherwise you're going to be taking it apart because you'll have these really wonky belt loops. All right, so let's try and ease this in a little bit more. Where's my goal? Here's my goal. Right here. Non-negotiable. Oh, you've had a polar blast. Interesting. I'm thinking if those streamers were like gaming streamers, if something go wrong, they would go match. Well, it's so funny, Martina. I remember the first time I said I was about to rage quit on something, and someone was like, "Oh yeah, now you're sounding like a gamer." It is. I watch so many gaming streams that it is kind of funny. It's a little hard to get this in, and I'm not sure why. I watch so many gaming streams that I often do funny scenarios in my head of, like, what if my stream chat acted like a gaming stream chat? Like, I was in one before I jumped on today, like, got live, and I'd never been in this gal's chat, and she was having all kinds of stuff going on in there that she was not a fan of, and it was such a bummer, you know. She was just dealing with some weirdo saying, "I won a giveaway 2 months ago on my alt account, and you told me that because I don't take US dollars that to just DM my PayPal info to you." And she's like, "What are you talking about? I haven't had any giveaways where I give out money." And he was so obnoxious. I'm assuming it was a guy. Sorry. She was really having a problem with this guy, and finally the mods banned him and then he was like, "And you need to DM me first, and you need to tell me your email address." And she's like playing a game, you know, and she's like, "Bro, like, why are you doing this?" You know. And then she had someone who was homophobic in there right after it. This poor girl is trying to play a competitive game, and she's having these people in her chat acting like this, and her mods were interacting with these people, but they weren't as strict as I would have been. If I would have been like, "Bye," or I would have timed them out, you know. I don't ever have to do that to you guys, so. Okay, so don't say M&Ms. How dare you? Now I want M&Ms. Okay, so when I got to this spot right here, I think you should try and line up your seam with the top edge of this. I did a little higher, and then we're gonna go like this. See that? And then it lines up. So you see how I did my seam just a tad above this, and it's because mine's pretty thick. I promise I'll try and make this look better, Martina. All right, so I'm feeling like I need to understitch this. If your fabric isn't too thick, you might consider top stitching it, but my fabric is pretty thick. I think I'm gonna have to understitch this. And here I am again, dealing with my brass teeth that are here. So one of the other things I would have done probably, and you know what, I'm gonna do it, because this will look nicer. I'm gonna wrap around this fold to the other side, so it's not a window into the soul of my seam allowance. We'll kind of like tidy it up a little bit, like this. So I'm gonna wrap it around. Let's get rid of more of this thread here. So wrap it around like this. Okay, so, but wait, first of all, we don't want any more hijinks. Let's make sure our waist seam is gonna line up, right? So my seam is lining up there, great. Okay, now fold this back on itself. And stitch that, like that. Do get a little bump though. I'm okay with that. I like that better, looking clean finished like that, than I did being able to see in there. I think you guys probably would agree with that too, right? All right, so I'm gonna understitch this onto the facing. Where's my brass teeth? There they are. I mean, all the stream is missing is a broken needle, and it almost just happened. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Pull nice and firm. I feel like knowing the, we have the utility jacket to sew makes me think that I did not allow enough days for that project, you know? I kind of thought of that already, so I was like, all right, well, the last project is the quarter zip hoodie, and that should go together really fast. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna make the utility jacket a 3-day sew. I'm wondering if that will actually be enough. Ooh, do I wrap this one too? I think we do. Right, Martina? I don't have much seam allowance here. Let's see if I can do it. Because this is what it looks like if I don't, all right? So I want to show you. So when I fold down the facing, this is on mine, because it's so thick, this is what you see here. Ooh, I'm not, can I do it? The shield might be a bit of an obstacle to try and fold around, so let's try. It's so small. But we've got something. Get rid of all these threads. Make sure you don't get yourself in a weird thread pickle. All right, that'll look nicer. See that? It just looks so much nicer. Carry on. If you're getting a big bump right there, you know, you can try and use your awl to kind of force it a little bit better. Sometimes it works. I can do it. All right. Can you believe it? We're almost done. It's kind of astounding. All right, so then we're gonna fold this to the inside like this and top stitch it down. We have all of our belt loops to stitch down as well. I'm just kind of teaching it what I want it to do now. Having a little conversation with it. I know you only got the job of belt loop, but belt loops are really important. You don't want someone's pants falling down, right? That kind of conversation. All right. Really make sure you get things nice and smooth. Right, Beverly? Yeah, I haven't fainted live on camera, so that's a win, right? I haven't tripped yet. I haven't missed my chair as I go to sit down. I thought that would happen for sure by now. I did once get the worst tickle ever of my life. I deleted that video. Oh, neat, Ray. That's awesome. Are you liking using it? Have you used it yet? Do you like it? I should probably be pinning this from the other side. But I like seeing how it's going to be when it's done. You know, I'm wondering if you could do something like stitch elastic into this to kind of give it a little bit of, like if you need a little, you know, I don't know. I'm just thinking. Maybe it's because I've seen something like that before and it popped into my head. Nice, that's cool, Ray. Yeah, there's something about that style of all that it just like grabs the fabric better, you know? Okay. It's looking nice though. I feel like my stitching could be a little better, you know, but so could my reading directions. That could be better. Do you see my pins bending before your eyes? Sheesh. All right, so here you might want to whip stitch that. Hand stitch that shut. All right, so I think you do the belt loops before. No, you do it after. Oh, and she does have you understitch it. Oh, no, she doesn't say. Wait, fold down those. All right. A little nervous. Oh my gosh. I promised Martina I would make this better. I almost made it worse. There we go. I don't know. Did I really? Like, it's kind of hard to see where to start and stop. So I think I'm going to push a pin through the edge right here. That way I know not to go, who's that fuzzy? Past that. Maybe one thing you could do is stitch this down right here. And then that way you'd know where, I don't know, just an idea. So I'm gonna fold up to that pin right there that's poking through. Bye, Susu. Have a good weekend. That's awesome, Abby. I like that. Oh, Ray, I've been there. It's like when everything's feeling like nothing's going well with the fit or something. Okay, so that's the... I don't have to worry about hitting the brass zipper right here. I was a little worried there, but I don't... It feels very thick, and I feel like I'm really close to the brass zipper, but it's way over here. Sometimes you just got to reassure yourself. All right, so let's get this nice and flat. Oh, you know what? I'm going to turn this inside out. Oh, you do. You add inside the waistband, add 4 inches shorter. Ah, yeah. Yeah. I like that idea, Beverly. Yeah, I mean, a lot of straight fitting folks, meaning like they're not curvy, like they, you know, don't have a indent in their waist, they have trouble keeping up a pair of pants or something if they don't have something for it to sit on. And a lot of guys and people who wear straight fitting clothes might appreciate a piece of elastic like that. All right, so you're going to feel all kinds of thicknesses doing this because you're going also through the front pockets. Remember those? That was like a lifetime ago. I'm just sewing straight through my pins. They're on the right side. Well, this one's falling out. I'll just take them out at the end. I'm just keeping everything nice and flat. Stretching it out with my hands. My hands are really strong from sewing. I laugh, but it's true. Like, I laugh because it's like the one weird thing about me is that my hands and upper body are really strong from sewing. This is a little bit harder to ease in here. I don't want this little buckle I'm seeing, so I'm going to use my awl to kind of push against the fabric here. Oh, you know what? We miss Megan. She used to tell me when to put the label in. Ooh, I feel like this is a really sensitive spot on the body. That's the center back. I can always take it out. You know, like close to the hips, it can get really sensitive right there, you know? I got the belt loops up, by the way. You know, I think you can see that they're up right here. Hopefully I'm getting a nice smooth line. I have been thinking about it, so now I feel like I probably didn't. All right, I have some brass teeth to go over. I'm going to tuck this in a little bit more. Hallelujah. Dang, you know what I'm doing? I'm going to Disneyland now. I'm going to go across the street and I'm going to get double chocolate malted crunch cone for lunch. No, after lunch, after lunch. All right, let's put our belt loops on. I'm going to turn them right inside out again. That way I can make sure I'm getting my belt loops nice and straight. So this is another area where you might want to put in a bar tack, you know? Turn it up, turn up the edge there. Really secure these. They are a high stress area. I just kind of over secured it. If you want to stitch at the top, you can do that as well. I think I'm going to leave it for now. I'm going to think about that. I think if I had top stitched the waistband, it would look a little more natural. They didn't. Oh my gosh, these belt loops are so bad. The worst part is I could have fixed those all the way up until like a half hour ago. You know, like I could have made new belt loops and I didn't. It's kind of unforgivable. Yeah, I mean, it's true. You know, it's like when you see someone's silly video on how to fix a blah, 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 and it's not sewing related, like plumbing or whatever. They're like, just do this, this, and this. And you're like, I don't have that stuff. I think that that's how most people feel if they were to be like because I sometimes see, I will sometimes Google how to sew and see what pops up because I want to see what are people searching for. It's really interesting. Oh yeah, suspenders, that's true. It's really interesting, and I think you guys would get a chuckle if you saw what is being searched for, because it's things like how to add to make your jeans bigger, how to add elastic to your jeans, how to sew a button on. What was the other funny thing? It wasn't funny. It was just that it was things that people who sew clothes, they probably aren't the ones looking for those things because they wouldn't be adding it to ready to wear. So there is a need for people to get some sewing help that don't sew. Yeah, and suspenders. There you go. Keeping this belt loop just to the side of this pocket back here, good idea, because when you turn that up, it's pretty thick, and mine's pretty thick because I did the French seam. So I'm kind of feeling like I should have ironed this before I did some of this, but I'm kind of, you know, in that light at the end of the tunnel phase. Dang, I feel like Dora the Explorer. We did it! All right. Okay, I just need my bar tacks on my fly shield, remember? Remember that? That was like a lifetime ago too. Okay. It's not looking good right there. I'm going to put my bar tack in. Ugh, I kind of couldn't see there. I'm hoping I got it. Yeah. These feel like a muslin right now. Not a good compliment, right? These feel like a muslin. 2,300. Oh man. That is a certain style or look, and you can pair it with a newsboy cap, you know? I feel like I worked really hard on these and I don't feel like I got my best sewing. I gotta stand up and look. So I'm gonna slip stitch this shut. This was where I started, and so yeah, I have a little bit of thread here. I'll clean that up a little bit more. I saw my top thread get sucked underneath, and that's what this is right here. So we'll clean that up. Could use a good pressing. What do you guys think? It's the 4th there. You are in the future. Ice cream cone, licorice, M&Ms, and a sandwich there. Maybe not in that order. Oh, really, Barbara? That's so cool. Like Mork and Mindy. Remember? The camera, man. It shows all the shadows that I don't see. It's really interesting. What is this right here? Okay. Okay. Yeah, right, Libby. You know, a lot of his shorts are like this. It's less bulky. I think it's an excellent way to finish it. I think this has me thinking about why this was so hard for me. Like, I feel like it was either hard for me because I will, Lynn. I haven't sewn many waistbands like this. It's been a while if I have. I feel like I did once for sure that it was like a fly. And so I'm wondering if this was hard for me because in my head I was expecting a different method, but I honestly can't think right now, I feel a little tainted, what it would be, like how I would do this. And often, like, there might be a way that, you know, a different way to do it, but it might be really hard to explain when you're writing out the instructions, you know? And I didn't read the instructions good enough, so yeah, Lynn, I'm gonna try, yeah. I figured out how big. I measured the inseam of his shorts, and Libby, they were actually the pair that have a facing. And so this was, yeah, I think 20. And then this right here, the inseam, his inseam had a gusset. Julia loves gussets. And it was 22.5. These are 24. So that's great. I feel like I have hem allowance. So I did pretty good adding whatever I added. I think I added 1.5 inches to the length. And maybe you want these shorter because they're work shorts. I don't know. So I think I'll just, will I overlock it or would I do this? I think I like it when I fill up the hem with fabric, you know? So I just turn like that. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it right now so I can try them on him. It will never catch her. So yeah, I'm going to do like 5/8 rolled twice. There's a lot of ways you could do your hem. You could, you know, roll it 1/4 of an inch and then up an inch like that. That's nice looking. The reason I kind of like doing this sometimes is that I feel like it prevents a hem that needs ironing, you know? My hem is going to be a single strand of thread on the outside. But Sarah needs lunch. Yeah, Lynn, nice. That's awesome. Now I'm kind of curious to see how other folks have made home sewing patterns with the facing, you know? This is pretty unique in that it has the fly. Look at all these threads, man. Between having 2 threads in the upper needle and the canvas, it's a lot of threads. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, that's why I always am saying, I don't think this is wrong, you know, just because it's not working for me. And I think, like, if you guys designed a pattern and then you're like, I want to be a pattern designer. I am tired of the way patterns are written, or whatever your motivation is. And then you get there and you're like, oh my gosh, this is such a slog to explain all this. And are people going to understand it? And what if a beginner grabs my pattern and doesn't really have experience? Well, maybe I could simplify it, you know? And then you're thinking, gosh, what if it's so hard that a lot of people never finish and they never post about it? And then my pattern just kind of dies out. So you're kind of thinking about like that balance, you know, of what people want, what they'll finish, what they'll be most successful at. That's a lot of things to fill. You're also worried about size and stuff like that. Ray will. She's a good stream watcher. So then after this, all I have left is the button and buttonhole, and I'm using a tack button and buttonhole. Could use a good pressing, but there we go. I survived. There you go, Lynn. What's your Instagram, Lynn, if you want to share it? We can check it out. I finally put a little table right here. It's a little funky, but I can put a bin here now. Cool. I hope you do. Let me know if you do. With the waistband stitched down, is the pocket opening too small? No, it doesn't feel like it. My hands aren't very big though, so I think that is something to think about, Delta. I'll tell you that it is 5 inches. That's pretty standard pocket opening. It's not a very deep pocket. Dang, I need like a Roomba in here. All right, you guys. my head out. All right, so next week we are making the chino pants, also by Wardrobe by Me. I can't wait to see if the welt is sewn the same way, because if not, we get to do another welt, and if it is, we're pros now. And I'm using a lighter weight fabric, so I think that'll be great. I can't remember what the waistband looks like, and I don't even think I have a graphic here to show you. So, yeah. All right, well, thanks for hanging in there with me. It was a long one. And I can't wait to try them on him. So I'll definitely do that and post some pictures. We'll see. LBGates one. Okay, we'll look for you, Lynn. Cool. Thanks, guys. I will see you on Wednesday. We'll cut out the chinos and have a great weekend. If anyone has a long weekend, have a good one. Keep safe. Keep nice and cool or warm as for Delta. Keep warm, Delta. And I'll see you guys on on Wednesday. Cool. I'm kind of losing it. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.